Welcome back to Europa Universalis 5. I'm Decathlon Gamer. This is Scotland, episode 3. We're just 50 years into the campaign so far, so we're really just getting things started. But we've gone from a very weak, potentially losing civil war nation into civil war resolved, vassals under control, and loyal. Well, all but one, but that was a recent action, and then we've started pushing into Northern Ireland and taking a number of new vassals and new lands under our control, under the wing of England, who very much does not like us, and they themselves have control of all of Wales and most of Southern Ireland. All of these reddish ones are either theirs or pale, and pale is theirs. So we are very much in a competition mode right now, and you see all of these blues and greens are kind of what's left. Grays, purples are what's left of those out there who do not belong to either of us just yet. So there's still some regions in play for some low-hanging fruit, easy expansion early on. But our problem right now, and Johannes, welcome. You are here right from the very, very beginning. That's awesome. Train of thought. We've got some low-hanging fruit in terms of grabbing these nations, but the problem with that is that it's we have no proper CB, no Cassette Spell Eye that we can grab right now to get after them. And I was hoping that our acquisition of vassals around here, that they could give us CBs against them as, rivals, etc., former lands of theirs, etc., something that they have some type of claim to. That's happened once, and it was certainly helpful, but otherwise we've been having to go with no CB wars, which have a huge stability hit. That stab hit has been how we've managed to get most of this growth. But at the moment, we're dealing with conflict of interest. Stab is, well, we're spending a lot for it. We are improving our stability rather quickly, 3 ducats a month at 0.38 gain. I mean, that's about half of what it could be maximum-wise, and maybe I need to keep investing a little bit more in that, because we are simultaneously also trying to grow into our next ages, which we did just adopt the first of professional armies. Then banking is, well, it's not there yet, right? We're still working on it within our capital, as is Renaissance. Neither of those are ready to go just yet. It's going to take a while before we get those. We have a little bit of time now that we've got the professional armies, so we might be able to turn around here fairly soon and carry out another no CB war. And I might, getting CBs out of Parliament. Actually, that's a great reminder of a way to get a CB, but it's just, what kind of CB can I squeeze out of Parliament? I'm going to have to look at that on the next one. Great reminder. Thank you. Right off the bat. I always forget about that one. Because way back in the early Portugal days, when I was first getting to grips on the game, that was one of those things that ended up going, there it is. How do you do that? Oh, that's how you do that? Oh, but that doesn't make sense right now. And then setting it aside. And coming back to it is constantly one of those areas of forgetfulness for me. I think we can absolutely take that. Of course, then comes with the 7% trade-off, right? You've got to get above 50% on Parliament, and you lose 50%. So whatever issue you're debating is going to end up failing. But a 7 stab hit would definitely be less than, let's see, what is our current, 15 stab hit. So it's half. And you do it without the extra antagonism being one of those chief problems that you got to watch out for while doing that. Right now, our antagonism is quite balanced. Now, Mayo would not be a good one. They are solo at the moment. We've got to try to find one that has friends and try to take out multiples at the same time. As we tried the couple CBs that were available to us previously, those CBs are absolute garbage. You can humiliate and not much more. You can steal a little bit economically, but not much more. And so, yeah, a lot of stuck dealing with it. Now, if we can get maybe one or two of these vassals of Pale who's friends with somebody, if they are friends, if they're allowed to have friends, that would be awesome. Now, the last time we also took the action of flipping Isle's culture so that they could help convert for us, and so when the time comes that we absorb them, that they would be cored already and strengthen the culture anyway, kind of across the board, right? Trade-off effect there. So at the moment, the Isles really dislike us. They would not join in. We are not cored on the new lands that we've taken here, but we've already given away a little bit of it to Glens, who I thought had been flipped, but had not. They had been flipped, but they have not managed to core what they have in the short term. They are struggling with that. But as for the coring of everything here, it's just two specific locations on the outer edges that are not, and we are actively working on assimilating both of those areas right now. So that's what our wow, words. This is why you can't only play once a week. Frustrating. Cabinet. Our cabinet members. I would love to play much more than once a week, but I'm happy to get some EU5 in than no EU5. Why can't the world just all get on board and all watch the stream? Can we get billions on here? Wouldn't that be something? And in the moment, though, economy's good and we're making money. And in fact, I think we've just made ourselves plenty for another town. And where were we going to go with that? Was it like Irvine? Irvine was going to be the next one, I believe. And yeah, still just a rural settlement. Let's go ahead and upgrade it. 464 ducats. There comes another town. So more towns coming into our core region, giving us a lot more options for construction. And then as we're making good money, things are setting themselves up for a strong economy here, with some rapid growth and ability to build up the burgers. And most of our pops are rather happy, except for the peasants, the commoners, whose equilibrium is low, and that's in large part just because we are taxing the crap out of them. But there's your best one right there. Make sure that's maxed out, 9.31. Yeah, 61% here. We can push that up higher now. We had a negative modifier for a while, I believe, that was really knocking us down, but that brings it right on up into the happy zone, which means we can afford more stability. At least bump that up to like 3.5. There you go. Good trade-off, and now we're making more than we were. I like it. I like it a lot. So back to kind of what's at hand. Let's wait for the next cabinet. There's a new CB for us, and a great CB, but religious wars are not going to be a thing right now because, I mean, we are surrounded by... where's my religion tab? That's diplomacy. There's religion. Right, the sun, of course. Catholic. Everybody's Catholic. Everybody's Catholic. We do not have a religious CB that we can use until you get like way down to Morocco. We are not strong enough to take on a Morocco, and nor do we have the ships to be able to travel all the way down there, and we certainly wouldn't have much control, but of course that's your grab a vassal type territory. But yeah, religious CB, not terribly useful yet, but when we get into the New World, or if we get into like say Africa, that'll certainly be helpful. To the east, yeah, you got a little bit of options there, but we would have to kind of make our way through the north first for that to make much sense. So Irvine as a capital, there's an absolute thought to that, and I have thought a little bit about it. But there's a few factors. One, okay, Gleska would immediately be a infinitely better option than Irvine. Yes, Irvine has 22,000 and Gleska only has 11,000, but between those two, we have. Oh, are you not here? Hold on, let me find it. Is it geography? No, it's not geography. It's going to be, there it is. Natural harbor suitability. So if we're talking like West Coast to be able to spread proximity, you have Gleska, which natural harbor suitability is 80%, or you have Stranoir, and we're going to kill another traveling preacher at 75. So Gleska is definitely your better option. It's a little more protected, and it's still on this single sea tile. So where this one, you're still one tile away from Ireland in either of those two locations. And oh boy, okay. Pause. Let me finish the topic. We're going to say yes, we are going to war with England yet again. I thought they had a many year break. But it's a war they've started. And we say yes. 100%. This is presumably the next phase of the 100 Years' War. Yeah, third phase. Third phase of the 100 Years' War. It is on. England right now stands at 38k. Too tough for us. Right, too tough for us individually, but very weak compared to France. The Viennois also coming in, not actually probably stronger than us because they have regulars, but they also don't have any vassals. There's 40 vassals between us. There's only the 5 between England. We could do what we did the last time, and that is focus on Ireland, win that battle, take out those vassals, dominate that region, wait for France to start cleaning up England, and then try to rush in and siege down some territory and maybe be able to get a separate peace before it's too late. But in all likelihood, the conflict, which actually could go different this time, get out of my natural harbor suitability, England has very little land over here. So there is a much greater chance that they are not going to have committed forces into this region. We're going to need to see navally how France and England compare right now. But if France has a dominating navy compared to England, you could see an invasion coming much earlier. Unless they get distracted by trying to siege down the, one castle? In Breda? Yeah, just one castle. So it shouldn't take them too long to take that land. But you would think they're going to focus on that first. That's also the land they need to take to end the 100 Years' War. So this is probably the last phase of the 100 Years' War. It's going to end a little early this time around. But let's say they quickly take that, siege down that, and then they start the invasion. But in the meantime, we got to watch out for England. We've really got to watch out for England. But that's also why we've been starting to make efforts to kind of increase the strength of these forts to be able to hold off England a bit longer while we go and try to play ball in Ireland for a while instead. By the way, loyalty already starting to come up for the Isles, so that has not taken long at all. Back to the other topic before I unpause and focus on the war, because I need my attention on that and cannot be diverted. So Gleska, like I said, has the best potential to spread maritime presence. So instead of Irvine, even though it's larger, I would very much go with Gleska instead. Gleska also has that similar advantage of being in this kind of central location where you can spread into the region above and below without great barriers and have better spread of control over land and overseas. Now, having our capital on the eastern side means you're burning through a lot of tiles to try to go that way. So ultimately, you have to go over land and then oversea. Now, the overland then oversea, Gleska being the point, is actually only 2 locations away, and we've already now got it connected by road. As those roads get better, that proximity spread is minimal loss through here. And with the harbor, you're going to get a good presence coming through here. So there's not much of a drop-off from Edinburgh to Gleska. So there's one reason not necessarily to go with it. There's only 4,000 more. There's a thought to it. There's an absolute thought to it. But the big thing is, at least for a long while yet, we just do not have a maritime presence spread. And that's just game design, right? We've had a fleet of 7 with 3 galleys who should all be spreading maritime presence. And what do we have? 33.56. And if we break that down as to what is going on, first fleet, 0.07. 7 ships, and they're only providing us an average of 0.01. The galleys providing the bulk of that over the transports, but the transports do add a little bit, but their average is a 0.01 gain. We're talking about out of 100, 0.01 is itty bitty tiny. Our Navy is more just about having a Navy right now. Maritime presence is so weak in the early game that moving a capital to Gleska is not going to suddenly give us control in this region. And that's why, for one, vassals are better than owning land ourselves, because we're not going to be able to spread that proximity. You see here we have 0.05. Now, if you take out the 2, there's your Edinburgh 100. We're right now talking about 29. That's something. That's something. Yeah, it's definitely not nothing. We could have seemingly 30 proximity, which in terms of control, I think would be, what is it, like 3? How does that control work? Let me see. It's been a while. Yeah, proximity to capital is 0.01. I think we would have like plus 3% if we had that 30. That doesn't do it right now. We've got to get it integrated. We've got to get it cored to have any sort of value. Add a 3% difference just is not significant. And that's why it's not a pressing thing to move to Gleska. Long term, we would want to be having some sort of, like, when you really can start spreading proximity. Well, no. We're in a new phase. We're in a new phase of EU5 where you have localized proximity spreads. The governors, I think, is what they're calling them. Getting a governor in the New World would just make total sense as opposed to trying to spread. So, there is an argument to be said that Gleska will get you just that little bit closer, that little bit stronger presence in Ireland down the road. And it's a thought. It is a thought. But, okay, to the war. England and their like 40k plus their vassals. Let's check back in. What is the strength of navies looking at right now? And England has 20 ship strength, but it's very little. Pale, Chester, Desmond, Wales have virtually nothing. What do I have? I have... What is my strength? Okay, 7. It's just straight up 7 for the 7 we have. France, significantly stronger. So they are going to dominate the seas. They should. If they actually want to win this war, the AI has to invade England. If they want to come through my lands to do it, I'm happy to have them do that, except with the stipulation that would mean that they would be sieging down that territory, and I would not be able to siege down that territory, which would suck for us potentially taking any gains out of this war, but It'd be okay. Anything to not have our forces get wiped out in that case, and keep the alliance going, and the 100 Years' War coming to an end, etc. But we have Brittany with the larger navy than us. In fact, between Brittany and myself, we almost have enough to take England out ourselves. That's good. That is good. But what do they have here? Pale's got 3k. We can take them. Wales has 3k. Oh, wow. Pale has 100 regulars. That's bold. We'd still take that, though, combined with my full strength, right? Especially if I have a vassal or two joining me. Chester, Durham, Leinster. Don't forget, Pale does have their vassals as well, so it will bring a little more strength to what we are up against. But we should be able to win things here in Ireland. So we need to get our forces called up. 8,500 levies. Let's very much go for the naval ones as well. And then, hello, France. 42 transports. Please tell me that you are fully loaded with troops. Not the case, but wouldn't that be nice? Let's pull into port. Spreading maritime presence is doing very little for us anyway. Here we go. Wait for everybody to get called up. Oh, what do we got here? I don't think we got called in day one, did we? Because we seemed a little late to the party on... There we go. Our troops coming live. Hello, pause. Where's the pause? That's because it's 1st of January. It was not triggering for me. Okay. Well, with France here, England is not a danger. We need to bring our troops around, our transports around to the other side. So why don't we, well, go to Glasgow? Why not? We'll make it a Glasgow meeting point. So let's get all of those naval ships, and let's get all of the other troops. We want the whole mass of them. Alright, you can see we already have a couple thousand worth of levies over there to assist us, meaning we'll have 10k in strength. I worry about these guys, but their numbers are less than before. There we go. Okay. Forces brought together. We already have a commander for this fleet. We can carry about 4,800, which means that's enough to start the project and, you know, just wait on the other guys to arrive. 2 trips will get us over there. Belly Castle is right there. Take just a split second and we still end up with conflict. No, we do not. But we can certainly go help. Oh, I gotta wait for them to disembark. There we go. Ooh, buddy. 21. There's the might. 16 galleys and 5 transports. You guys are walking into a death trap. It's nothing but transports except for Ross. And Ross does not stand a chance against 20. And we do not stand a chance if we jump into that either. Okay. What are you... Oh, okay. I see. We have 319 marching in on 126 from Ulster. Yeah, you guys can go help with that. Oh, they still haven't arrived. Gotta wait. Be patient. Be patient. Be patient. Okay, well, there's that group wiped out. 18 losses. Hopefully most of those were not our losses, as we only made up a small amount of the forces involved. There we go. That should be everybody else. No. Board the ship. There we go. Also over to Ballycastle. England's still there. That's more than what they had. I'm guessing that's because they called up there. Yeah, They now have 65. They have a lot more might. But you can see, so do we. Our score already starting to tick up just a little bit. I do not want you guys randomly hanging out and getting wiped out, so go join your larger force. Speaking of, this should be our full might coming together in a second. There they all are. Combine, and let's put the King, Nigel de Bruce, in charge. Naval Reformation, or move. No, I don't want to move towards naval. So Navy Tradition, we will take that bonus. And there's our first occupation. But it's just Ulster, so it's can't make any demands. And I'm actually going to be tempted to split things off just a little bit here. For now, it seems like England's kind of staying put and blocking us from entering the lands here, which actually makes sense as they've got a lot of forces in that region, so just kind of cutting us off. But obviously, they weren't stopping us from freely moving around up here. Okay, we got 119 more. Where did you guys come from? Let's bring you up to Inverness. Yes, that one. The one that I thought was Inverness, which is not. Inverness. Too hard to say. War score at just 2% at the moment. I do not need this whole force sitting on here like this, especially with 1600 down there, vulnerable. So what I'd like to do is break off. Where are you? No, that's autofilled garrison. Disband. Order full retreat. There it is. Detach. Siege. And then we'll group on down here. Just 1,000 lighter. Oh, there's England, though. Do I want to get involved in that? I feel like that's just a losing battle. Can I see? What do you have? Still no England, but I figure if I jump in there, England's going to jump in there. Prestige or Mayo hates us. Well, Mayo hating us doesn't matter, so I guess we'll take the prestige and character. Fear and loathing. Our errant infant. Oh, come on, what is this? Twilight is always horrid. The clouds racing circles across moonless skies. Cruel stars suspended like grains of broken glass, and chandeliers throwing strange shadows across the royal chambers. Lately, a strange sense has come upon the king that there is something wrong with the place. Geometry, or it seems unsound. Thinking back, it all started with the birth of Crown Prince Robert de Bruce. Have we gone paranoid, or is our son crazy? We have 5. Oh, or he dies. Religious influence, please. Do not kill your son. No, no, no. Okay, no sign that England's trying to move in there. And we very much are and have. And we joined the fight. As France pulls out 10. That's retreat. That is retreat. They have lost 1 ship. We have not lost any as of yet, but we do have a couple that are in retreat. As my forces come in, I don't know. It's hard to judge what my ships are doing in this. And here comes England. Okay, there you go. 1 ship destroyed from Chester. But we need to England arrived already, but the fight ended. It's a new fight. Retreat's prohibited. That sucks. We want to retreat as soon as we can. This is what I feared. They timed it just literally right down to not our fight. After. There we go. Goodbye. Valley Castle. No? Come on. Get me out of there. It's been 25. It's... Requirements are met to retreat. One ship's been captured. Still not letting me retreat. Still not letting me retreat. Come on. Now it's been 2 full days. This is not right. Flanks fallen. There, finally, retreat. Get out of there. I lost 1 ship. The 1 ship captured is mine. And it's minus 10%. From 13 battles. Battle of London, Winchester. They are invading and losing. They're not bringing enough troops in at the time, and things are not going well. England still has 37,000, so they've only lost 1,000 in all that fighting. France was at 90k, was it not? They've dropped like almost 9k. They are going direct to the jugular and losing it. There's 16k of England's forces. They are making progress on getting troops gathered over here, but there's the other 16k. There's your English forces in their entirety, meaning we actually could probably go for an invasion and not be bothered by it. Or we go for the invasion and then distract England for them to come after us, which opens the door for France to actually invade and get the war score they need, and meanwhile they come and crush us in the meantime as we serve the role of distraction. That's the fear on that part. So we got the 2 castles being sieged. We cannot touch that England fleet right now. 17 galleys. But we can absolutely make some gains down here, but we're going to have to keep an eye out. 7,000 strong. I'm not sure how effective that will be. France liking us more is definitely good. Or gain favors. I'll take the opinion for now. Religious influence, move towards... I don't want to move towards spiritualists, so we will take satisfaction. Now it's minus 25%. Oh my goodness. France has all these troops, but they're going straight for them, and England's just sitting on it, and AI is not handling this well. I mean, look at all this open terrain here that you could get into and start and build up an army. Of course, I guess they did do some of that. They landed here, but the capital's only right there, right? You need to get out towards Cornwall as an entry point, or even come into Scotland as an entry point. And hello, hello. Welcome, enemy. More than 2-to-1 advantage? Let's do it. Okay, our first fight. So we have a morale advantage, 0.2. Tactically, we are same. Discipline, we have a almost 6% advantage. Our left flank versus, or our right flank versus their left flank is our clear advantage, though they do have some cavalry already on the flank and more cavalry coming onto that flank. So actually, I wouldn't be surprised if the right flank falls first, as we have some cavalry coming in, heavy cavalry coming in. Still not on the front though. They are finally their left front. Their left ended up falling first. Full stack wipe. And 60 auxiliary taken. 638 losses is all. Very happy there. Military tactics. Nice little bonus there. There's the auxiliary that we've picked up. Where are you going? That's the 60. That's where they were headed. Stay put. They're going to retreat no matter what. Those 60, I can't control the retreat at the moment. Looks like we can head to Dublin. We'll check in now. That wiped out the Pales forces and Leinster's forces. So we're down to just Wales, Chester, and Durham as the other supporters. England is taking some losses here finally, but France has lost another almost 10k. So right now there's a distinct possibility that this war might not go the way they want it to. Still minus 13%. Drogheda. Is that the battle that I just had? Is that the first? It is. The first big positive war score is my battle. Ruler's first cousin has died. Okay, this siege is nearly done. At plus 21, but we are making no progress on this other siege. It's still minus 49%. This one's already made more progress. Okay, that's better. That's 12k, but they've been largely doing like 16k. You need to keep, yeah, bringing in more, bring in more, bring in more. 13k. Or just shipwrecked. Okay, barely a loss though. That's a good reminder that I might need to spend a moment and make some money. One galley. Let's go take them out. I also want to bring those 119 over, join those guys, make sure they continue the siege. Okay. I don't know how we get a fight without a fight. Meanwhile, it took us, what, 3 days to be able to retreat out of that fight? Go ahead and come across here. We beat them again without a fight. Ambitious. Crown Prince, okay. Diplo and administrative ability increases. Better education? You know what? I think we should do it. I think we can afford it. What do we want to focus on? Expensive education kind of across the board might be the best. You know, the others, I could get them without No, that's not useful. It's kind of a less than. Take the expensive. That's costing me like 5 ducats a month. It's expensive. Still at 49% here. That's crazy. Because I don't have a commander? Shouldn't be. King dies, or we gain delivered from evil for 5 years with my legitimacy. Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. Minus 50 stab hit, or lose 20. It's macabre. To the king, the royal chamber is a swirling mist of scents and shapes coming and going into and out of existence like colorful snowflakes. He is hungry, so very hungry, as if he had not eaten in months. The stars looking down on him, still suspended in a moonless sky, laugh and dance. They seem free and wild. There's something about those stars. They seem so right. He's gone quite insane. The luck of our 2 years that we have played so far this episode. Are you kidding me? Minus 50 stability to keep him alive. But, like, our heir, our only child, is 3 years old. You know how long it's going to be before we can do anything again after that? Like, we're talking like 13 years before we can declare war for a single child to come of age. It's not like we have 4 children, with the oldest being 4 years old or something. So at least there's something to pass on, some sort of legacy that he'll have created. No, this is just passing it on to a toddler and blocking us for decades. Otherwise, we take an incredibly massive hit that we just took. Minus 16 stability. We need to now spend even more on stability. Quite a bit more. 4 ducats? No. Keep going. 6 ducats. Never mind the economy for a little bit. The stability is desperate. Desperate to come back up. Our king is insane. And I have to take a break. Sorry, I just got a text. I own a small business and I have duties that occasionally pop up. I will be back shortly. I'm not stopping the stream, but sorry about that. I'll be back. Hey, sorry about that. I have one of them in this room too, so if I say their name out loud, they're going to respond to me, and I don't want that right now. But one of those at-home assistant was having issues in the daycare. Needed to fix it. It's fixed. We're back to it. Unpause. All right. So we are, actively sieging and keeping an eye on how things are going. And oh, right, we just had a terrible event. Finally, a dent is being made, though, as England has lost like 9K. And Pale's the only other one that's really suffered, and that's thanks to us. Quite a few losses on this side. France is losing. Like, they've lost a third of their forces already. They've really got to make some progress. It looks like that 13K has now been wiped out. Come on, France, you got to figure this thing out. But they do seem to be doing the right thing that last time, but it seems like they moved east as soon as they landed. They had like 13K. They need to be moving west. They need to stay away from the capital, the bulk of England's forces. They can get a large enough force over there at once, but you need to turn around and immediately double the size of that force without engaging England in the meantime. Then once you've doubled your force, then you can take out that first force, and then you'll quickly have control. So right now France is not handling this well, and here is Parliament. The chance for CB finally emerges. So let's go with capital, and whatever the highest is doesn't matter now, because we are going to take this on. We've got to watch out. Oh, prestige. Nope, just stab. Okay. If it fails, we lose 7 stability, so we'll take this one. There's 48%. Really? That's only 48? 48 and a half? So we need a little bit. Nobility, fortifications, and make the group unhappy. No, we do not want to break an alliance here. Lessen levy obligations. That does not sound good either, so we're definitely going to do the nobility fortifications. Or wait for an event to pop up to give us 5%. Yeah, we can be patient with that one. Just hopefully I don't get too distracted with the war in the meantime. But there's a lot of forces up here. Where's your navy at, France? Where is your navy at? You couldn't have lost it, right? Oh, yes, you could. France has no navy. And England's has grown significantly larger, as has Pale's. They control the seas. We're screwed. France is going to lose this phase of the war. They've lost control of the navy, and here is England and friends coming into our lands. And this is just going to get worse and worse. The defender ticking can gain another 12%. What is the war goal? Show superiority, and that's very much not happening, and they're not going to win more battles. Help with this. Instantly start flanking them. One ship coming in support. Okay, Siege of Dublin finally finishing as well, and we capture the ship. Nice. Picking off one little ship at a time is helpful. Okay, continue making our way down. All we can do really is just take all of this land and at least give some war score. But we're going to lose war score here eventually too. If we can finish things down there, you come back and okay, well that's not what we needed. Now 43%, but that 9% would still tip it over the top, but it would have to happen soon. So let's just play. We were playing with fire if we wait any longer. Now we have 52%. Now we can fabricate a CB. Who do we want to fabricate a CB on? Well, definitely not Pale or anything, as you're going to get England with it. So it's got to be like Owil or Mayo or Thomond. We'll come back to that in a second. I need to know who's going to be the best opponent to bring in more than one nation. Mayo would get us Thomond now. So there's a 2-for-1. Okay, that's a 3-for-1. Owil get you Clancardy or Clanricarde and Munster. So you're getting all three of them or the other two, meaning then there's just a few other options. But you never know. If you go for these guys, who do you get? The same three. If we go for these guys, just Oriel. If we go here, you get a Folly, Ellie, and Thomond. Is that Ellie here? Yes. And then this one is Ossory, which is a different one. So what about them? Oh, there's Leinster, Emmal, and Ossory. Boy. It looks like our 3-for with Owil, Clanricarde, and Munster is your biggest gain at once. And for the most part will kind of cut off Pale from like going after Mayo. Which you can then go after later, right? And it gets two of the ones that are already touching their border. I think that's got to be the direction. So it was Owil would do it, right? Or just Clanricarde. Clanricarde gets you the same thing, right? Yes. So we need Clanricarde, and that's gonna be back to Parliament. Fabricate CB, and you don't want to give me Clanricarde. It's an invalid target, but Owil is not. And we already noticed that it would do the same thing. This approve a war by giving us a legitimate CB. That's tax base. That's, yeah, okay. Are you sure you want to select Mayo for 4 years? Well, let's do it. There you go. We have ourselves a CB. And I don't think I can just declare it right now, though. As we have forces raised, we'll have to wait for the end of the war. Let's hope it doesn't take 4 years. Small forces. They're realizing we don't have troops up there. Could be an opportunity to turn around and go defend our borders. And then come back to these later. Just gotta watch out for England as you're trying to bring your troops back across. I feel like it's almost entirely up to us now as France has lost the ability to fight. Let's go get Kilkenny and then continue to the north. I think we're going to try to see if we can piecemeal defeat these forces, which is mostly like the Welsh. Put the Welsh on it. Occupations are done here. France can 100% turn their attention. They have no navy. They have no navy. How quickly can they replace their navy? They have 7 right now. We have the bulk of the strength, and it just seems that these 3 nations, England, Pale, and Chester, are just getting stronger one by one. And I definitely cannot take on 30,000 English. But I can take on 4.5, 5,000 Welsh. There you go. There's our 7 stab hit, just when we didn't need it either, because that puts us back to minus 15. Though recovering quickly. Alright. Head north. Looks like they are helping us siege this one down, which is up to a plus 21 now. Right now, this is still looking favorable to take them out kind of one at a time. Take out those 960, take out the 1,000, take out the 1,500, take out the 3,600. They could all come together, though, so there's some danger in that, which means I want all my forces, not just the 67. We can only take 3,000 at a time. Ferrari is definitely the fast way to go. Make sure that we don't have that large English force right here. I just saw 1,700 Desmond got wiped out. We captured him. Nice. Okay, that gives us a little bit more. Move to Kual to give me that ability to come back in there. We lost more than I thought we lost, and we really shouldn't have lost all that. That was very much bugged. We should have been able to retreat much, much earlier than we did. And one ship was captured. Other ships retreated. Like, there never should have been a full reduction in what we had at all. Come on, still. Alright, phase 1. Now we just need to wait for that siege to finish. Which means, do we want to come a little closer down here? Take out that one ship. I think we take out that one ship. Come to Ballycastle. It's weird how they just can instantly, well, hello. Only 55 heavy cav, 6,000 light infantry. Belongs to England. Where did you come from? Where did you come from? What's a good spot to defend? Hills, mountains, yeah, and Ferrari. Defensive bonuses there. Hello, 6K troops. Pale. With 28 transports, and where are these troops coming from? They've got to be English. They are English, and you are trying to get back in here towards Dublin, just as I've moved away. Okay, Stirling. What do we have? +1 attacker penalty. Just 1, right? Just 1. Yeah, coastal. Oceanic. So +1 penalty. They have no morale now, but they're going to get it pretty quick. I need to wait to see if they're going to take... They should take an attrition penalty there, as they have no logistics. Yeah, there you go. Attrition penalty. Good. See that number knocked down a little bit. And come on, finish the dang siege here. I need those 1,000. Now it's only 4K moving in. But how are we taking on the entire might of England alone because France doesn't know how to transport troops? Well, that's why. That's how we're in this situation. Looks like they're trying to attack behind us. Come on. Now we've got all of England's forces coming up here. All of them. Let's go take out these 2,700. They changed their mind. We still need to get to the north and away from this, which was the whole reason why we went over to Ireland in the first place, was to avoid that. But this is it. This is everything they've got, and we are dealing with 100% of it. Come on, France. Okay, legitimacy is already maxed out. We do not need 18 ducats, so 7 stability almost gets us out of the gutter. But a manageable situation that we just had minutes ago suddenly is the opposite. Dumfries has already fallen. Invading Inverness. Not much of an advantage, but we'll have an advantage. I don't remember if there's a big naval penalty yet in the game, and there's no penalty at all. And no. Oh, Inverness comes all the way back here. Okay, now that you have morale, that's a battle we will win, but not by much. They're still locked in on 21%. France, you suck. You really suck, France. Blown this completely. Furnace falls. Down to one flank. Ooh, we've got the win here, but we lost more than they lost. Right. We win comfortably, but oh, they had nowhere to retreat. That's a stack wipe. But now I'm down to 4,000. Plus 13% war score. Was that battle that good? The occupations? 25%. No. Chichester. That's France. France, did you sneak some troops over? We'll see in a second. Are they invading the south of England? The Inverness, that was 11%. Drogheda, that was also my battle. So I've picked up 20% war score for us. Plus most of the sieges, the occupations, majority of that's also from me. Yeah, Scots. Look at all that. Da-da-da-da. We're talking about like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, rounded down to about 6.5, and then 3 more. So, and it's like 12. We've got about 12%, and the 2 main battles. So, about 32% war score thanks to us. England, not England. France, not doing themselves any favors, but England is down to 23,000 now. But again, that was us. We knocked out as many troops, as many English as the French have in pretty much this entire war so far. no, it's vassals. Vassals are making a southern England invasion happen right now. But the English or the French with their zero navy and just not replacing them. They're up to 10. They've added what? Two ships? Okay, those 18 are going back. I definitely need that. Be distracted. Go back to the south. All of you be distracted and go back to the south, please. No, they've stopped there. It's the attrition. The attrition is what's getting to them. Haha. Welcome to the north. Now 17,000. The attrition. They've gotten away from the attrition, though. They've stopped it. And there they go. They move away. So, go recover our capital. Oh, Roxburgh just fell. And now they're moving a sizable force in there, so stop at Stirling. Go take Irvine while we wait. They're at minus 49%, so it's not danger. But they're not picking up attrition here either, so I just don't have the means to take out that force right now. An extra 1,000, extra 2,500 could really help with that. We're already back to just a -2 here. Just can't risk that fight. Why am I losing troops? Just lost 2 troops. You running away? Come on, England's forces are up here. Get your troops over there. Well, actually, those little 300 have distracted 18,000, right? Okay. How about end the fight while you're ahead? Fight peace, something. Because you're not doing well, and you've got to know that you've blown it with your navy. You can't invade, and you've lost like 40% of your levies with nothing to show for it. Quit while you're ahead kind of thing, right? Let's see if we can catch these guys out real quick. No, they're gonna go join them and get even stronger. Hey, the siege has finally come to an end. We should have this back under control because we hold the... Ooh, there they go. Now they're gonna pull back out. And we don't know what's over in Carlisle. That's risky. Okay, I can't march over right now while the English are there. But now they're gone. Take the short route to Irvine. Ooh, there's that founding town cost reduction. That'll be nice. Oh, but France, what have you done to us? You got 44, you got 90k sitting right there. Just waiting to go across Calais. Back to 0. England's down to 22k. England's back up to 63k. Things have changed slightly, but what hasn't changed is France's ship count. It's gone up by 1. It's gone up by 1. This was my worry about France's ability to invade England. They had the right idea to an extent. They didn't go directly for London, though they did at least once. They pushed to the west. They would invade land that they could invade without taking major penalties, but then they instantly pushed towards England without a full force, without a force that could exceed that of England. They needed to double up their forces or triple up their forces, and they would have been fine. And how they lost at sea, I don't know. How England was able to produce 3 times the ships that they had at the start of the war in a very short period of time, where France just saw their entire navy wiped out in a short period of time when they had substantially more. What a waste. What a waste of a perfectly good advantage. I think we're going to need to bring our forces together and take them out before we siege this down. We would have needed to have early successes, and they're up to a -28. They can't get it, obviously, anytime soon, but they're not taking any penalties either, so I need to just bring my 5,000 and hope that it's going to be enough. Okay. Happy groups. The Laird's nobility, or the Commodores at 45. Same difference either way, I guess. Okay, they will take a penalty. Is there a river crossing? There's no river. We have no rivers. Absolutely no attrition. It's flat land. It's grassland. There's no penalties. I think there is your reason to move off of Edinburgh as your capital. We can't fight from the hill. Ooh, research. No research. I don't know how long that's been like that, but it's certainly like that now. Professional armies, 100%. Army maintenance efficiency. We need military tactics, correct section chance. As the first couple, we'll start from there. Yes! March away, split up, and give me those 1,000. Instantly, they don't even have one of their flanks. The other flank is rather small, and there's your stack wipe for 163 losses. And now we have a significant advantage, and they're pulling back to Kirkcudbright with something that is less than what we have now in forces. Let's take them out. There goes the war score again. How did that happen? Keeps flipping back and forth. My navy? How did my navy get... We lost Irvine again. How did we lose Irvine again? They never put troops on Irvine. Okay, full force, 3,600. Here we go. Big battle. Naples praises our conviction. This is over this stinking Western Schism. Legitimacy we don't need. We don't need Naples liking us. Or we can gain... I think we leverage the praise within the church. Take the religious influence. Okay, we took a little bit of a morale hit early on. We have a slight advantage in morale. We're a little behind tactically, and just a little behind discipline as well. So these guys have a little bit of bonuses, but they're down to just that center flank, and that's it. That's enough to nearly wipe them out. 2,500 losses to our 800. So comfortable victory there. Let's go get back Irvine. And again, we seem to be doing all the work. All the work, none of the benefit. We don't have any land that we occupy against England, so we have no direct war score. We can't take anything off of them as is, but now we've wiped out all of Durham's forces. Pale still has nothing. Wales, Chester still 4,500. England itself is down to 2,200 now and 1,500 regulars. Gotta watch out for that part, but can I get some regulars out of this? Manpower-wise, we're almost there. Maybe I can squeeze in some regulars. I think it's time to try to do that. An extra 1,000 troops would be really freaking handy right now. But I think I need... I can get 500. I could get 500. Yeah, we have manpower for it. Okay, archers or footmen. Strength damage taken minus 5%, so that's an advantage that makes those 500 stronger than others. So Avaliers would have better combat speed. Horsemen have a clear advantage though, right? We're not fighting in mountains, wetlands, or jungle in this region, so it's not bad. Base monthly ducats maintenance is 3 ducats for them. For the footmen, it's 2.5. You can get 2 units of this, manpower-wise. And have the advantage that they provide. It's 4, 5, 200, 1, 2, 100. Yeah. They might have numbers. They might have numerical strength, but the armored horsemen are significantly stronger. Yeah, without anybody ever standing on here, I don't know how we lost all 3 of those. There's some sort of small force back here that I don't know about. Maybe standing in Stranoir, like 50 troops, 60 troops. Could very well be. Caught those 2 ships coming by. Take them out. And you immediately have them flanked since there's only 2 of them. Got the win, but gained nothing, sadly. Let's come back into Valley Castle. We don't need to be taking on those 18 transports of the Pale. And the 3K troops that they are holding on to, whoever those belong to. Meanwhile, our vassals are slowly making their way, sieging through all of this, giving us a little more control there, but we're still on the minus 11. And that minus 11 is the defender ticking. So that shows superiority. I think it's 10%, and that's why. So from the battles, if we can tick that score back towards less than minus 10, the defender ticking war score goes away, and that 25% flips one way or the other. Yeah, come on up, because we can take out those 25,000 or 2,500 quite easily. Love to see them come for another invasion of like Inverness or something. See, we've lost Irvine again. How are we losing Irvine when there's nobody there? And there's no like control zone. It's not in a zone of control. So how in the world do we keep losing Irvine? There we go again. Dumfries. But Kirkcudbright is So Dumfries is why this is happening, even though this says there's no zonal control. It's not even in the same state. Whoa, minus 32%. How did that just happen? Occupations of blockades just dropped from 20 to 3. Pale. We controlled all of Pale. All of Ulster. And it all just disappeared. How in the world did that all just disappear? A, we held it, and they were not sieging any of it back down. And B, we were still sieging more of it down. Like, what in the world just happened? England just lost all of her. That's how. Pale is no longer attached to England. Or France pieced out Pale and Wales all at the same time. England still has 66 ships, though. France is back to 25. We're up to 28. Still not enough. It's their last-ditch effort to make something happen. Did they peace out Pale? I don't know how you peace out a vassal. War exhaustion starting to pick up. Yeah. Very confused. Pale still looks like they belong to England. Is it because they're a dominion and not a proper vassal? France pieced them out, and Wales, for that matter. So, all of England's vassals are gone. The war is now just strictly with England. So all of those occupation bonuses that we were holding onto are gone. But you take out those ships, all you got is transports. All you've got is transports. Boy, France, you were making a bloody mess of this thing. At least stability is positive again. But I'm absolutely paying the price for France's incompetence. There it is. The war is done. The war is done. France has lost. Calais to England. They're taking back all the northern stuff. So the third phase is England is back into some control here. The good news is that when we have a next phase, there's more land to grab. There's more to target. There's more to go after. There's more to get the war score you need to be ahead. And you're still going to have your Pale and all of that. Finally, we can press our claim on Mayo here. We still have 3 years to make it happen, and we can go after it. Not Mayo. It shouldn't be Mayo. Oh, okay. Oh, well. Just the state is Mayo. Even though we only have 4K, it's going to be more than enough to finish off. We need to disband our levies. And we still have 18. We have added more than double our naval strength. Okay, nice. How's that loyalty looking? 23% now. It's not so bad. We disbanded. Now we have 200 regulars. Hooray, hooray for that. They're going to be a very effective fighting force. We do not have a lot of ducats, but we need to go get this land before England goes and gets it. So CB right away. Hostile. Declare war. And we want to use our Parliament approved claim. Conquer cost is 25%. But why are you telling me that it's going to cost me 50 stability? Why would this cost me? It's a literal CB. Let's at least wait a month and see if there's just something about us still being at war. We have no sailors now with the Navy this large. Do I have a naval manpower option? Local crown power, the sergeantry. Monthly manpower is 15. Also, might need to look into that, but we cannot build it right now. City walls. We do have a bailiff option. Max control 20%. And we can build it. 191 ducats. That would be good for Northern Ireland. Especially if we take this land for ourselves and not vassalize it type thing. A bailiff would be really good to give ourselves some control in that area. But I'm not seeing any option yet. We need tech. We're going to run out of manpower, and that's going to hurt our Navy a little bit for a while. But I don't think I want to get rid of what we have, the 18 ships. I think I might want to just hang on to it. But we'll see. Is it costing me an arm and a leg? No, I could save 2 ducats. Of course, we're about to declare war again, so maybe that's not the best of ideas, but I'm also just pumping money into stability still. And it's back to positive at least. Maybe we can dump a little less into it. We also have that increased cost of education, 5%, but it's still less than 3 ducats. Taxes out of these guys, and there you go. We're kind of back on track. Kind of. 9.5 ducats. Alright. Well, that war with England was an ugly mess, but we didn't lose anything out of it other than a whole lot of levy manpower. And England really didn't lose a whole lot, but we did take out Pale and their vassals, so we at least greatly weakened them, so when time comes around for phase 4, it won't be so bad. But England back in a stronger position than they were, but I think France is back in a better position than they were, as this gives them something to fight over. Siege. England's going to end up with troops over there, and they're going to get pummeled, and so it at least gives us some advantage for the next fight. And then probably turns it into phase 4, right? But also phase 5 before you turn around and get back to where we were. And by then, maybe we'll be strong enough to really, really take the fight here and be even stronger there as we continue to grow. My rank's higher than it was at 37, actually. Okay, so with the little financial fix, did we wait a month? We did. We waited a month. Why is this? Maybe it's because we have the war exhaustion. Maybe that's what's driving up the cost. Let's wait. It's probably war exhaustion. We have some time. Still no cabinet members because we have no family members. He was busy at war, so no new children. It's been 2 years. Down to 5 years on the annexation of Ross, by the way. There we go. Now we're starting to rebound. 12 ducats. Hello, France. You coming to visit us? That was all you got over there, huh? Or all that survived, anyway. Okay, Spinner's Guild looks like our most profitable. Go the right way with that. There we go. Edinburgh. Of course, that's going to have the strongest with 100% control. And it does have room for more, so we'll take one. But population and bouncing back from the plague is still a bit of an issue. Irvine can take a building. Gleska can take a building. We're going to have to spread the love a little bit, even though Edinburgh's going to be the most profitable. You got to get into the Gleskas and whatnots. But look at all these options we suddenly have. We have building options. We've got towns. Dumfries on the -14 worries me, but they have pops. They have pops. They'll rebound quick. Alright. There's a few little money makers for us. Okay, we need to wait till, like, let's say January and see if that stab hit is getting better month by month. Clash between Dunbar and Thurso. Oh, these are two of my regions, right? Dunbar is just right next to the capital, so we probably do not want to go against Dunbar. I don't know where Thurso is. So we'll favor Dunbar just because it's right next to the capital, even though it's only got 10k. 10k is not bad. Their first cousin. Yeah, plenty of those. Devastated location. Might be something worth fixing while our assimilation is just barely working. But it's working. 6.25%, 8.5%. And kind of, if you haven't noticed, those things very much snowball. Once you really get going, it really gets going. Okay, well, we've hit January. We've got that down to a 2.36. Let's look a little closely now. See if this is getting cheaper. And if that's what's going on. And it is. Suddenly it's down to 49.81. So that's got to be what's going on. Not much better than a no-CB war, though. Not much better at all. To the state, 30 ducats or 10 prestige. I'll take the 10 prestige. As that has knock-on effects, including assimilation speed, even if minor, makes a difference. So we have got to make sure we've got this done within 2 years, though, regardless. But at -0.14, that war exhaustion will get knocked down quickly enough, I guess. While you're waiting for a war to start here in roughly 2 years, we could upgrade Navy, spend 12 ducats to get 3 fishing boats to cogs and 2 new galleys, making our forces stronger, more capable in a fight, having a proper Navy about us. It's not necessarily about the maritime presence. We'll drive up the cost a little bit, and we're still lacking the manpower situation, but I should probably take you back to the capital to be fixed. We already noticed that it varies now, where it didn't when the game first launched. Army maintenance efficiency. Well, there you go. We just made our armies cheaper when we are at war. There you go. There's your 1%ers. Galley to 100%. This one is the one I kind of want to wait for. We'll wait 2 more months, and then I might detach these ships temporarily and then put the others out to get us an ounce of maritime presence. These buildings are starting to come finish. Have no unrest issues. There we go. Back from war. We have a daughter. We need sons. We need multiple sons. How's that loyalty doing now? 28%. Obviously, the prosperity situation is what it is. Death of a cousin. Okay, and a marriage. Okay, well, I definitely let a couple months go by. How close are these guys out there? Still 95%. Thought we were gaining 5% a month. Yeah, that's not happening every month. Do we not have enough supply? It's not telling me we're missing supply. Burger's unhappy for a bit. They'll get happy again soon enough, though. 41% is not too bad. I wonder if morale has anything to do with assimilation speed. One way to find out. Troops artificially boost morale through lowering unrest, which just, I guess, makes people happier when there's not chaos going on around them. It does make a certain amount of sense. Okay, let's go for a round of RGO upgrades. No pops for the roll. Expected cost of court, nice. Offsets the child education, really, is all it does at the moment, but let's take Duns and Gleska. Roxburgh does not have the available pops. Horses. Lanrick. Rains. Kincardin. No, Edinburgh's going to make the most money off of it. It's local. You're feeding the city populace right then and there. Okay, unhappy pops or stab and legitimacy hits. Well, for one, the stab's doing so much better. It's already back to 18. Bounce back from that. Even the legitimacy would bounce back pretty quick. But what about the unhappy pops? They'll bounce back fast enough. Well, France definitely lost a little bit of strength. Extinguish. Oh, extinguish. English. Yeah, we know who the English are. They are our neighbors. And yes, we do want to hurt England, so yeah, we'll take them. Okay, legitimacy is maxed out, so prestige. Whoa. I'm at war. I'm at war with Glenn's Civil War. We've already rebounded to 6,000 levies. Just call them all up. Glenn's territory is the territory that we were holding and not having any unrest issues with, but they are having some unrest issues with. We are 1 year away, by the way, on needing to go on that CB, but the war exhaustion is down quite low now. Yeah, we're going to take those English exiles for sure, 100%. Steal their pops. Alright, I only have 40. They have 27. Do we want to take on that fight and eliminate them right away? Or at least go stand here. Ah, there's the 129 that was waiting for a ride. That eventually got it. Okay, go to the capital. Board who can board. 2K is going to be enough. Oh, job's almost done thanks to our vassals. And there you go. End of the Civil War. Okay. Well, for one, that's already put our Navy in a better position for the upcoming war that we have. Still roughly 1 year. We could wait. I'm going to wait for the war exhaustion to go down to 0, because once that's done, I think that's all we needed. I think that was the main reason for our penalty. As we saw, the penalty was quite a bit less severe that few months later, and with it at 0, it should be minimalized. So August 1st will put us there. And then you don't know what other chaos could happen. What other thing we could get sucked into and then not be able to declare the war. So you don't want to wait any longer than you have to, with only 1 year cushion after that. Okay, The war exhaustion is gone. Declare war. Okay, no. We're still talking about an insane stability hit. How in the world is it 50? Even before it wasn't costing that. Breaking truce. What truce? I have no truce with. I have a truce ending in October with Clan Riccarde. We can declare war October 15th. I missed that one. Panicking on why that was costing so much. And now I know. How are we looking on the Crown Power is at 23%. Two more percent, and we have enough to get the bonuses, and then you can really start to sacrifice a little bit of the other. Commoners. Anything new? Peasant enfranchisement. Decentralization, though. Definitely not peasant levy. Free mobility. Makes the nobility unhappy, but huge peasant enfranchisement. Commoners allowed to expand RGOs. So beneficial, but the free subjects. Do we want free subjects? That might be a bit much of a giveaway. Means of production. No. Represented in Parliament. The enfranchisement and the Parliament are great. Satisfaction's great. The powers doesn't mean much for the peasants. They have so little power. Giving them an ounce more doesn't make a difference. But the move towards free subjects is probably the one we want to avoid. Let's see, free subjects. We're moving pretty heavily towards serfdom, so actually we can afford to give up some of that towards free subjects. That might be a good one to give up. That could get them above that 50% even while being asked to pay a lot in taxes. And the peasant enfranchisement, it's wealth share. How much money do they have? Which means they can pay more in taxes when they have more money. So it does transfer a little bit less to the nobility that way, though. But there's a whole lot more peasants than there are nobility. The nobility is going to have money regardless. I'm going to take that one. There's military tactics. That's a big bonus. Okay, it's December. We should be able to declare that war now without taking a huge loss. There it is. 0 stab hit. That's only 15. Like, what the heck? Now we've got it sorted out. And they've got very few troops. The biggest difference here is not necessarily the 15 stability, as we're starting to be able to recover that a lot faster with what we're spending right now. This is starting to do a lot more with the antagonism piece. Now, of course, the antagonism piece is not a very big deal for us because England isn't going to get much of it in Western Ireland. Pale would, but we're not worried about Pale. As they are an underling. And so, and the other players, if they get mad and want to attack me, go for it, because then we can take the rest of those players and make them not exist. We are much stronger now, comparatively. Of course, we did lose a little bit of our strength, though, in that last war, but we've got what we need here to eliminate 40% of what's left of others in the region. So this is getting easy. Getting easy. We don't need to raise the naval levies, right? We can move 3,500 at a time. But let's go ahead and bring you on down to Gleska. Speed things up. I do not like how it always brings the speed down. I just want to pause, gather my thoughts, and then move. Fights are a different matter. I understand it automatically slowing down for those guys. Okay, we are going to go board half of our troops, and we don't even need to wait. We can come all the way down to here. Fleet back. Gather the rest of our forces. Quick stack wipe, 70 losses is all. Selkirk specifically would be upset, or make the nobility upset. I guess we take the specific region. Okay, we need to take care of Munster. But how strong is Munster? 536. 2,000 can handle them. Do we want to march straight in on a capital? Probably not. Take the province next to it. Are set to distribute food. Okay, now you can march in on the capital, and meanwhile we'll keep an eye on this fight. 18 versus 6 should be favorable. Hopefully we can take a ship or two off their hands, but for the moment, obviously we don't have room for much more of a navy. Well, we have captured one. And I don't know where their troops went, but they're not here. Okay, Parliament. Do we want to push for that next CB? I think we do. So, institute feudal levies, army morale boost, and feudal. That's too useful. We're talking 10 years? Yeah. 10 years. That one we just want. No automatic CB yet. We'll have to wait for the next parliament. But we've got all three of the sieges necessary here to get our essential 100% war score. Erosion of faith again. Would love to have that Western Schism come to an end. Call to arms against Verdun. Okay, of course we accept the offer, but this one's easy. So there's your Verdun. Why are we going so slow? We were sped up. Why'd you slow back down? Military support, 5%. Well, we do need the 5%, so there you go. Okay, no attrition, right? Alright, just a matter of time. 2 wars ongoing at the same time. I think I could probably just manage to turn back down the fort maintenance, save that 2 ducats a month. Yeah, let's get some more taxes. Starting to wonder if I need all of these castles, but with how things are going with England, yeah, we kind of do. Maybe I don't need that one. Or that. Those are both castles. I probably don't need both of those. Probably get rid of this one. Ulster, minor threat. You retake that quickly enough. Scotland M1. And there's the first siege come to an end. And we don't need these guys staying here. Or do we? Yeah, you're gonna cover all of that here real quick. Unless they have troops hiding back there. There we go, we just captured their ship. And now hold that whole state. We could piece them out now. I have the diplomats for it. I don't know what the general war score is going to come down to, so if we can get all 3 in one peace deal, it might take more than one peace deal. So do we want to vassalize Munster? Having a vassal against Pale down here could certainly be useful. Obviously, without a bailiff, we're not going to get any control. But with a bailiff, we could get some control right there. But we can't spread it into anything. If anything, we would want to have land up here that you could spread some control through. So I think I'd rather vassalize them. Oh, too early to send. Okay, we gotta wait till December to be able to send demands to them in anything separate. Okay, Parliament agrees. There's our feudal levy obligations. Happy to have that. We'll wait for that X one to get the CD. Legitimacy or 27 ducats. It's barely 2.5 months worth. It's okay. Miles is almost back to loyal. Well, hello, hello. Where have you been hiding? They are gonna get the attacker penalty, not us. So we get the stack wipe, though we do lose 300. But we knew they were hiding somewhere, because we never engaged them previously. So you guys could go help with the siege, huh? And that siege is done. Try to decide whether I want to take the land for myself and add a bailiff. I still think, though, we're going to have a lot of negatives. It adds proximity score, but it doesn't add control, right? Oh, let me see. Bailiff, bailiff, bailiff. Where are you hiding? You're in here. Yeah, bailiff. It is. No, it is max control. So that means it's one location. It's not spread out. A bailiff only covers a single location. And it's pretty expensive. But 20 controls, pretty useful on something with a population base. 3,400 is not going to do it. 3,000 is not going to do it. 10,000, 11,000, and 6,000. Putting one on each of these two. Is that that's just a location. Is this a town? It is a town. So you put one here in Galen, and you got yourself something. Now, do we want to end this war, or do we want to see this fight out? Well, for one, they are not balanced. We've already captured one. They do have a morale advantage. Well, let's see how it's going. Okay, they're down to their last ship on that right flank. Yeah, we've got a huge numerical advantage at this point. There you go. Captured one. Okay, so wait. When did they get in this thing? This is only going to have Foamond and Mayo left. Oh, beautiful. Yes. I don't know when they joined, but so happy they have. We have to deal with Mayo first, though. And we did not do Munster separately. That's just a location also. Very little antagonism. And if we're going to take Galim, I think we take Galway for ourselves. Take that all for ourselves, and then vassalize Munster and Offaly. Vassalize Offaly. We can give that to Offaly. It's a separate state, though. Maybe we just hang on to that one. But yeah, that's 64 war score. 2 new vassals, and the rest of it held for ourselves, I guess. And we could sort things out later. Yeah, well, let's do that. The whole 11 ducats. Other treaties? No. That'll do it. 2 new vassals, a little bit more land for ourselves. And that is the war come to an end. I did not look at the antagonism as I should have. We took out our rivals, so we're going to need to replace. Oh yeah, Oriel, Mayo, and Foamond are left. A little bit more to go. I should find the antagonism board and see just how bad of a mess I just made. I don't think I'm making a mess. I think we're pretty safe to take all we want. There's not very many left standing against us, other than, you know, that of England, who are a threat regardless, with or without antagonism. Yeah, there you go. Oh, Oriole. No, Oriole is not left. Remember, we got some sort of weird CB thing on them. They're a tribute or something like that. We want to flip that status eventually. So it's just Mayo at 48. Thomond at 71. Saroy is still left at 58. And I don't know if these guys, Imal, Leinster, I don't think are necessarily held by England yet. So there might still be a few players left. But I mean, look how we have no antagonism. It's 12 for England. So yeah, we're good. We are good. Yeah, Thomond's the only one. That becomes your automatic next target. Just take them out, eliminate them, and then you do not have a diplomatic hit against other nations for the coalition type. We've grown to 520k, so we did add a good amount of pops to our nation through that. And let me get out of the antagonism mode, get back to our regular mode, and also get, let's see, what did I want to do? Rivals. And I think your obvious rival is Thomond. And that becomes the next CB target. With or without other allies, because you're not going to really pick up the other allies necessarily anyway. You're down to some individuals. And we're done. We have our peace there as well. So we can tell our troops, our levies go home. Do I want to keep you guys over here? This is kind of where we're doing our fighting these days anyway, right? Most of the time, except for when it's England, but then we start by bringing our forces over here. So I think I'm going to leave you right there. And let's send you guys home. You still need recovery. So back to Edinburgh. Okay, make sure fort maintenance is down. It is. Naval maintenance is, yeah, it's getting a little more expensive, but we're fine. Make more money. Make more money. Nice. We're starting to get some money out of the commoners while also having them be happy. So that's all going well. Thomond upset. Okay. We will support those dissidents. 12 months, 1 year, till Ross is annexed. Okay, food situation just resolved itself. Do not need a pilgrimage. Thumb joins coalition. A coalition of one. I have ducats. Back to Argios. Well, no, we did Argios already. Get back to buildings again. Tailors. Capital's always going to go first. Spinners Guild, we've got a lot of those. That's already 2 things in the capital, so we need to move outside of the capital now. So Dumfries. Saltpeter. Back to the capital. But it's only the second one of those, so we do not have much. Tools. get into Irvine. Gleska. Brewery. Not going to make much unless we do it in the capital, so we'll have to be patient. That's item number 4 for there. And there you go. That's some ducats spent again. Stability looking solid. We could no CB, throw them in almost right away. For now, I think I'll be a little more patient on that part. Try to wait for Parliament. Oriel, have you decided to like me yet? Yes. Let's see. Diplomacy. Subjects. Yeah, there you go. Oriel, tributary. Can we get you to a vassal just yet? No, you need to not just like me, but like me a lot. And you're only 8 away from that. So let's go ahead and... That was not the stuff I needed. That's not the things I needed. I just need you to like me. Improve opinion. Don't have much for diplomats, but this is about to end in 7 months anyway. Okay. Daughter is ambitious, and we just finished our last research item for the moment, but all 3 of those. Boosting the military. Boosting the military. So where are we at on that? What's next? Cavalrymen probably would help. Heavy cavalrymen would really help. So yeah, just keep going right down that line. And then we're going to need plated knights. From the aristocracy, from the levies. That sounds like a much stronger unit. Okay, what was that, 4? Yeah, that's good. It's good for a little bit. Gives me time to think about it. We've already got our strength back here. That's our problematic one, is we're way negative. Actually, that's a research that I should be hunting out. What do we have for anything regarding Navy? Naval manpower, nothing there. Navy initiative, Navy repair cost. Legislative efficiency, certainly long term, that's a nice one. Mediterranean galley, Navy morale. There's some naval stuff, but nothing that's going to give us manpower. Sailors, right? None of it. It's probably in one of our 2 other tech trees, probably in our Diplo one. It's a lot of naval stuff's tied to Diplo. Yeah, all of that's about to become part of Scotland. Just 4 months. And if only we had some family members. Our son will eventually be of age. We can use him. The king being in charge of the army, though. It's really something I want. I mean, I guess it is giving me that boost continually. That is helping that crown power. At the moment, it's only at 21. So, production. Taylor's Guild again. Next upgrade. And we're still busy and does not have enough pops working these jobs. Aberdeen. Orkney and their constant CBs, but we don't have to worry about England competing for those. That's why we need to finish off Ireland first. And we're almost there, right? We are almost there on that part. Thomond, Mayo. And apparently Leinster, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Are they? They are Dominion of England. Imal, vassal of Leinster. This little guy, Ossory, vassal of Leinster. Okay. So it's just two. Thomond, stand alone, and Mayo, stand alone. Annexing Ross. There you go. Our other subjects are going to dislike us for a little bit, but Ross is annexed. And Scotland gets a little bit bigger, a little more whole. And suddenly, some of them don't like us. But Offaly and Munster are new. Isles back up to 47% already. I wonder if they have made any progress on culture map mode. There we go. Sky. Guessing that's something here. Yeah, there's Sky. So even though it's Highland, we've somehow cored it. Did we core all of it, or was that the only one that cored? Or are we gonna have to work on these guys? I mean, as for Scots, you can see why this is a little bit problematic. Highland is a little bit stronger than the Scottish, and then it's all Irish here. We are the weakling of the region, really. No, okay, it is all cored. Good. Outdated text, little stability hit, or gain stability. You know, we're paying for stability just fine. That 5% trade-off, though, they'll recover it very fast. It shortens the negativity. The negativity is not so bad. It's just that they give us a research bonus, so you get a little less research bonus for a short period of time. Federation of relics. From nothing, we are absolutely getting somewhere, but it's just taken a really long time. But this should help with control. There is some control right away, but that's changing, right? 15%, 15%, 15. So it's kind of about 15 all the way through, and then about 13, and that's going to largely be about roads. That was another thing that we were starting to spend money on, and then all of a sudden we just stopped. We hooked up Kirkcudbright by road and Irvine by road. Gleska up to Stirling, up to Perth, but we have not gone beyond that. We need to be hooking up like Inverness by road, Inverary by road. So if we look more at a proximity map, how are we looking? Yeah, there's your edges now. We should be able to push that out and get a little bit of proximity bonus going that direction. Stranraer as well. Stranraer, what's your... You're coming via sea right now. Gleska. See how Gleska is influential? Having that strong natural harbor in there. That's your fastest way to get to Stranraer. It's not. It's not Kirkcudbright. So adding a road from Kirkcudbright would not necessarily fix it. Anyway, Strathern. How about Inverness? What's your VSC? When we eventually have good maritime presence, we will get there. But what about inland? Like, do you even have any sort of... Wait, hold on. Inverness has something. What is it? It's just... It's still negative. It's -7%. Badasnock's just straight up like, nope, you have nothing. That's -15. Of course it's going to be the same thing. How about, are we... There's an oversea from Aberdeen. And I think it's already hooked up by road. So what about, like, these inland guys? What can we do? 3 ducats. Oh, no. See, it's already 0 just by right there. Dunkeld is going to come through Perth. Maybe that's my best path right now, is trying to push in Perth this way and see if we can get a little bit of proximity going. And Strathern through Stirling. I'm going to try a road here and a road there. Which one do I want to do first? Let's go from Stirling. 149 ducats. And from Perth. 103 ducats. Cheaper. Nice. Alright, so 2 new roads for us. Just pushing it out that a little bit more. We have rebels for the first time. Anglo-Irish Patriots. 1 location. I'm guessing this is... Oh, it's right there. Well, we already have some troops on it, but they're small. Not a large force, right? And how close were you? -1.75. So close. Some tech. The maritime presence spread will start to fix all that. Institutions. How are we doing on that? Edinburgh has all 3. I'm guessing that these guys do not, and no, we're looking at 37.47, gaining at 0.71. So they're gaining at a consistent rate, location by location. The Renaissance is just a little bit ahead of banking, but the second set of locations are all like 30 to 40%. And then, of course, you'll have to wait for the next, next round, next wave. So it'll be a while. It'll be a while yet. Checking in specifically on how things are going. 20K. I did not realize we had 20K, man. But as for the flip, not going so well, but it is. How are we? Right. We are not. Which one are you? Are you Sutherland? No. We're at 7%. But it's more than 1 location. Cavalryman regular regiment. I think we can upgrade the one we have now. It's here, right? Iran as well. It's only 5K. But yes, there's your bigger percentage. We've shifted to 35% there. That's going to snowball and get faster and faster and faster and then get to 100%. Will it then speed up or slow down on the other one? I mean, it's not at 0, but it's got a long ways to go before it's going to be able to core then. But we have the same thing here. It's a state with 4 locations. It's all 4 locations. We only have 2,000 Scots total. But where are those 2,000 Scots? Are they where we need it to be and the one that's not yet having control? Probably not. We got 7,000 here. And there's a good amount of Scots. There's almost 1,000. Durness, smaller pop, nothing. Not a single Scot in Durness. It is interesting how this kind of works, but we're at almost 40% Scots here. That's very much going to snowball in Tongue, and then Tongue will work like a Tongue and be able to spread once it has majority culture. It spreads a little bit easier. Village buildings. Johannes, thank you for bringing that up. I will check on that. You're an hour behind, but you've popped in at the right time to say something good. Okay, Thurso, the one we're looking at, 4,700, and nothing yet. So we've made no progress, but once you have Tongue, it can work like a Tongue and lick the neighbors. Because that's what you do. You lick your neighbors, right? You want their germs, and you want to spread your germs. Religious influence. We already made Naples not like us. Do we want to make Naples like us? Back and forth? No, we have legitimacy. So continue to not have Naples liking us. And they're not our neighbors, so they can't lick us. That's not going to work. So, man is starting to get somewhere. And what, if anything, will that do for control here? How we look at, because that satisfaction is going to get better the more you have culture. It's integrated 5%. Shires of Scotland is 10%, but that's offset. So the proximity, which is positive, but not much, doesn't account for the noble courts or the satisfactions. We're still a bit negative by, I don't know, what is that, like 3%? 4%? Oh, so that's going to be a while yet before the Isle of Man is useful to us in Scotland, but with 21k pops, we want it to provide control here at some stage. It's a good one. If we turned it to a town, it would give us 5%. We turned it into a town, it would give us 5%. But it has copper, and I want the copper, probably. I mean, that's a good trade resource. That's a good trade resource. So it helps us here. I don't know. Let me check our village buildings for the manpower situation. For sailors, right? Peasant enfranchisement obviously is good. Food capacity, trade advantage, trade capacity, burghers, laborers, soldiers, forest, fishing, monthly sailors, +1. +1. It's not nothing. It's not nothing, but we're on a -15, so it would take a whole lot of these to get us somewhere. But it does have harbor capacity, and that also has a benefit. Peasant enfranchisement also has a benefit. So if we are going to build some fishing villages, we would want Gleska, not happening. We would want receiving end. Put one in there. Okay, try that. So not quite where we want that to be, right? Gleska pushing out the proximity is the best one to add to the natural harbor. It's at 80%, right? Push that to 100 and you're getting your kind of maximum effect. And that's very much our outgoing besides the capital itself. And those are the two spots where we would want that to be. For now, they're not there. Otherwise, we're doing okay. I am not going to take a break. However, I am going to get to my feet, get off my bottom for a couple minutes here, drink some water, and I'm going to keep playing from a standing position for a couple of minutes here as I can use it. Okay, here's our English exile situation again, which we're very happy to mess with England on that. Take that prestige. Glory for the De Bruce. Legitimacy or prestige? Well, legitimacy is max, so even more prestige, up to a 51. Ducats are piling up fast, 18 ducats a month. Those things are going pretty well. It's more about the assimilation. But we passed 10% and approach 11 pretty quickly. So Sutherland is starting to go much faster, and that's the northern one. Is that because we have now connected the state just below it? Very well could be. And here's the English exiles, where you get the added bonus of stealing English pops away from England from Somerset to Lothian for the next 60 months. That's a lot of pops that you end up stealing from them. Stability looking good to where we could afford a no CB war if we wanted one, especially when we are still quite a ways off from the first wave for the age, right? We're at 3% because that's the capital. And we're also at 3% because that's the capital. But when we get that next wave, right? When we get the Renaissance to push out to kind of the second wave of them, would that be 20%? It might be. It would be a pretty expensive stab hit at that point, but permanent 5% bonus. But tech-wise, we've got plenty of tech to do, so it's kind of the trade-off of how much do you want to give and take to make that happen. Parliament. I wonder if I could tell. Parliament should be just like a cooldown period. I just don't know when it is. Complacency is low. 9 years till our next trade. What are our two trades right now? Well advised. Efficiency of cabinet. Biased for balanced policies. Expected cost of court. Yeah, that was the recent one he added. Maybe I need to look at a law change. We could afford some stability for that kind of thing. I'd love to have a new reform. There's got to be one in the tech coming up. See, this is why we lost the 2%. The average control dropped. It's hurting our crown power because we lost control in this region. So we wanted a bailiff here. Why can I not have a bailiff here? We have a stockade. If we upgrade that, what do we upgrade to? To a castle? Yes. Which would lower unrest. So let's do it. That's the one location that's not happy. It'll lower the unrest and they're no longer angry and the rebel situation goes away. Pact of Caution. Major event in France. France decided we cannot make such a promise. Court of England has approached us with a formal proposal, a truce. France is not allowing that one to go through. They have blocked it, which is good. which is good. We want them on our side. So I've lowered my control by taking on these couple of regions. Handing them over could be useful. You know, giving them to a vassal. Giving this location to a folly, for one, could help with things. As we're not gaining anything from it. It's 10k though. 10k is always good. You are a town, so what sort of control situation do we have then? If we could integrate, right? Because right now we have the conquered 10% penalty. Integrate would give us 5% positive instead. They are, let's see, neutral at the bottom, +5. So integrate instead of conquered would give us +10. The satisfaction's negative, but we're about to change that a little bit, and they'll be less angry over time. We could have a slight positive on control for this town, Galway. So we could get ourselves a little bit. There's the heavy cavalryman regular regiment that we want to get into. Let me see if we can make a change with this. Available for hire, save as template. Recruit to army. Yeah, there you go. Heavy cavalrymen. 400. That's what we have. Can we not upgrade? Yeah, you're heavy cav. So you should have a value of 400 now. There should be an upgrade option. Why are you not? Yeah, you used to be able to just straight up upgrade. Okay. No upgrades possible any longer, apparently. Do we want to add 400 more? For one, we need like 50 more ducats. I think we do. I think it makes perfect sense. What's the cost right now? Army maintenance is -6. Yeah, we kind of run ourselves real low on that one. Yeah, so integrating here will definitely help us, as we can at least get a little bit of control. Would we be able to do that here? We would have to make both of these a town. That's 14k. That's only 3k, but you could turn this into a town and integrate and get a little bit of control there. Man, I'd have to do the same, but it's copper. What's this one? It's tin. Do I want to turn a tin location into a town? Probably not. What's Galway? Sturdy grains? We have some food. Food's not as big of a deal. Galway can absolutely be a town. It's already a town, but what about what's around it? Horses. Definitely don't want to turn that into a town. Fiber crops. What about Marisk? Marisk seems like a good location. It's salt. It's only 3,700 though. Oh, hey, Parliament. We want to get rid of Thomond. Yeah, ties to neighbors. No, let's 49%. 49.6%. And day one, somebody's like, oh hell no, we don't want that. Increase opinion will get us above the mark though. Makes the Laird's unhappy for a little bit, but that's pretty easy. Okay, we have our 50%. Fabricate CB on Thomond. Oh, I didn't pay attention. What's my penalty if we fail this one?
Just 7 stab. Okay, no additional penalty. Good. Thurso. We just managed to core Thurso somehow. Similar to how the others are cored, I'm sure, but we don't have to flip it anymore. We can stop with Sutherland that's starting to cruise at 12%. Of course it is. 40 ducats, or lose the Parliament support. It's at 0 anyway, and we're not going to get it. Okay, well, we can move you to assimilating somewhere that's going to make more sense, or, you know, how about integrating? Down's a little bit further along and probably makes sense first before Galway. Yeah, it's been a little weird how the coring works in particular. I know we have something going on that's allowing us to core some of these lands, but there you go. All of mainland Scotland is, well, mainland. Main island Scotland. Main, Isle of England? Yes. The island is England, am I right? The peninsula is the Scottish peninsula. While the group as a whole is the British Isles. Okay, back to, well, we have the CB. And there's no reason to really wait for it. I'm going to take the Army Tradition, as 5% is not going to get me anywhere on stopping that from being a negative. So, yeah, integration already added a 1% very quickly there. Go take care of Thomond and the only. It's not about them having a coalition. It's about what the coalition does to our diplomatic reputation. We have a reputation to uphold by taking everybody else out. But the only one who was mad at us for taking everybody else out, well, we take them out, and oops, they're no longer bad. And I feel like I'm going to eventually try to establish some sort of like governor or unilateral control into this area. So we will probably try to keep this one as well and not vassalize them. Got enough vassals at the moment. Speaking of having enough vassals at the moment, we were making Oriel like us. And they're down to 104. What happened to the improve opinion? Improve relations is at 217. The recently declared war annexed another subject. Penalties are still a little too severe, so we need to wait a little bit longer with them. That's the problem there. But yeah, Thomond, time to cease to exist. Yes, you buddied with Mayo while we were distracted there temporarily. As in just in that time in between, you reached out and said, give me aid. Give me help. And that is going to kind of end things there in Ireland, other than flipping Oriel to a vassal eventually. That ends. That's the last 2 free states in Ireland. Meaning after that we turn our attention to Orkney. I haven't checked in a while to see what sort of threat Norway might be, what the Navy is like particularly. But our Navy's certainly gotten stronger of late. And we can work on making it even stronger, as we're going to have to start going naval from this point on. Okay, so Thomond, Mayo, they're weak. This is super easy. No stab hit. yes. Okay, gotta watch out for these 200 though. They can't even call anything up. Mayo has 203 and we have 200 regulars. So if you walk into Mayo day one before they can even call them up, you're going to beat those forces quite easily. And the manpower would recover. There we go. All right, bring those local forces over. Let these guys gather in Glasgow. And bring the ships over. Funny thing is, we could have gotten it back to 15%. Not as far off from passing as you would think, right? But not close enough. 7 stab. Hey, come on, we got 47. And we're getting our last 2 free nations under our control as a result. And we're already getting the siege down even without. And then these guys are just kind of standing by to help. Now that group's been wiped. Oi. What are you guys doing? Waiting for me. That's what you're doing. Get on over there then, huh? Go take care of those forces, see if we can't take any other ships and strengthen that military a little bit further yet. Destroyed 1 ship is all though. Did not capture. Alright, we're taking out the other locations just to make sure their forces are eliminated. There we go. That time we captured 1. Ooh, wow. That was a quick siege. Okay, 3,000 strong. Without a commander? Let's give them a commander. They won't stay a commander, but we can give them 1 for now. It's a pretty good one there, too. Fight's over before we even got there. And now we just need to get that. Well, we have the 100%, but we have to hold the capital to take the capital, so we need to finish the siege. That's an inland lake, so we do not have some sort of sea province where we can use our navy to help. In which case, we should probably just send our navy back home. Are they fully repaired, finally? No, they're still not repaired. Go back to Edinburgh. That's because we don't have the sailors. So in the meantime, let's try another forest village. Or fishing? Is it fishing village? Is that the right one? Yeah, monthly sailors 1. Man can take them. Largest population, so we'll put 2 in there. Starting to get curious about how old our son is. We still only have the 2 kids. He's 14. Act of caution, England. Same major event we saw from the other side. I wonder if we could find like a peasant. We don't want to give any more power to the lairds. And any power that we give to any of them takes away crown power from us. Which was why I was really reluctant. But maybe we... that is clergy one. I'm tired. Capitulation. There you go. Unconditional surrender. They did not require us to finish the siege. With our 28%, we should be able to... Should. Nope. Must be occupied. They're down to 60 defenders. It's tempting to actually siege, but or to assault. That would be a lot of lives to take, even with just 60 defenders. There we go. Siege complete. Now we can end the fight. Except for now, we're seeing what it's like to take some, but this lowers that control score yet further. So maybe we take Mayo as a vassal. Taking both his vassals. And give away control here. Yeah, controlling this land for ourselves is not doing any good. So, take the other approach. Vassal and vassal. Antagonism wise, most of it's tied into just them. But as vassals, it becomes a non-issue. They won't be loyal for a while, but you fix that eventually. And yeah, we don't add up much. But let's go ahead and take some ducats off of our vassals. Is there anything else that I can... I probably can't. Do I want to dismantle forts because I don't want them? This becomes a little less necessary, but as vassals they can do what they want with it, right? So, yeah, okay. back to the vassal thing. The taking the land for myself is just hurting our crown power, lowering it. We need high level of control, and that's not it. So, spam the levies. Already back to 9,000. No naval levies at the moment, so we're good there. That takes care of that. There's your coalition disbanded. And there's no threat of one anymore. And they're the only two that are disloyal right now. And even though they are disloyal, we're going to give them a risk to Mayo. So let me get in and take care of that one. Mayo, we want to give you something. No, we're not changing it. We want to do it this way, right? There we go. Seed location. Okay, in Thumann's case, do I want to give away this one over here? Or give that to a folly? No, because it's part of this state. That's why I didn't give it out in the first place. I'll keep that one. But that only had like 3,800, so it was not very valuable for me personally anyway. But there you go. We are pretty close to all set. You belong to Leinster. You belong to Leinster. So yeah, that was it. We just need to flip Oriel at some point, but right now they don't like us. We do need some new rivals. In fact, we just took out both of the rivals that we had. Are we ready to rivalry with England, or we already are? England is already our rival. Probably Norway. As we know what direction we're headed with Norway. It's our next target. But then who else becomes a rival? Maybe an enemy of France. Like Hainaut, Brabant, Frisia. Yeah, we gotta have somebody, right? So Naples is the strongest ahead of Castile, England, Hungary, Morocco. Fair bit. Perfectly balanced. Serbia, Genoa, Provence, Venice, Norway. Perfectly balanced. Here's our Norway comparison that we've been kind of waiting on, as this is what's next, right? Militarily, we are just slightly ahead of them. Just slightly. But naval, massive head start. And we don't need to take on all of Norway. We need Orkney and Iceland. So if you have a naval advantage, you're getting your war goals. And meanwhile, they are incapable of doing anything about it. And then you do get into weaker players. Volgast, Florence, Ferrara. I guess I'm trying to wait for the first one that's up here. Somebody we're definitely stronger than. There's Holland. But there is also Brabant. Yeah, let's take Holland. As a rival, maybe we get a CB and get ourselves a foothold into England, into mainland Europe. Nice. Abuzo, welcome. And yeah, hopefully the that break situation. I'm not sure which of the two. There's been two. Probably that first one where I ran downstairs. I was not gone for too long. It still allowed you to catch up a little bit. Keep taking these hits, but we're at least recovering quickly from those. Mayo's not going to be disloyal for long, especially as we gave them some land. They liked that very much. Now, naturally, Isles should be the next one that we annex. As it's the last one that we have here that we would actually get proximity scores for. Speaking of, how are we doing with that? Dunkel. It boosted their proximity quite a bit with the road. Perth to Dunkel dropped to 16 points. And Braemere. No, they're still coming through Aberdeen. They're still coming through Aberdeen on a minus 30. So a road from Aberdeen to Braemere would help with that one. And Aberfelde still not getting it. It's minus 8%. But it was completely non-existent. It wouldn't even show us right now. It's from Strathen. Minus 60. That is insane. What is the... It's mountains. It's the mountains that's doing it. Strathern's got a much better score at 51% though. Inverari come through Gleska. It's another one coming through Gleska. These roads aren't very good roads. And these sea tiles suck, but Gleska to the sea tile is so cheap that it makes the penalty coming off the sea tile less severe. It's 20%. Like, that's a lot less. No, that's 20% out to sea. It's 35% coming in. Okay, well, that's still something. Anyway, Lorne. Lorne is also going via sea, so this road's not giving us much. Do we want to get the road from Aberdeen to Braemere next? Stranraer is also coming via sea. But would it come if we came through Kirkcudbright? It's pretty cheap. 53% is not bad. How's man getting 0.9? Yeah, we need to be able to... It's harbor stuff that I feel like we need the most right now. Unmarried adult heir. He's grown up. Let's go, Robert. 50, 70, 46. Not too bad. He's also ambitious still. Anybody useful? I guess Brittany is probably a better match for us with the French ties. Minus 1.47 here. It's better than it was, I feel. Wasn't it minus 3% before? So we are making some sort of like natural progression. I don't know. 930. Do I have another? I don't have a city. Can I make a city? Hold on. What is the cost for making a city? We've already reduced it by 10%. And Bert, what do you even need to become a found city? 1.68k, but 30k pops. We gotta have k pops. Maybe we can get on Netflix and, you know, find some demon hunters, but 17,000 is gonna take a little while before we get there. Dumfries had our largest population. Could we make it a city sooner rather than later? It's at 21,000. So still got to be patient for those. Isles Royal Marriage offer. Yes, let's take it. The 1.68, it's not going to matter when we don't have enough pops for it. So back to other options. And I've got so many towns now, we don't need all of those. Get rid of the Dublin market. Open it up to all of the above for the moment. Why are you not showing me anything financial? What's going on? Who broke you? What's upside down? There we go. I broke you. Half a ducat sounds good. A lot of RGOs are going to come with, I think, a little more permanency to theirs as well. Perth. Perth again. Just take that maximum. Get her done. Get those pearls. Wool. Gleska. Duns. Sterling. Paisley. All good money makers. We had sickness try to affect us. It lasted for a moment. That assimilation pushing up towards 12%. That was the one that was just barely passing 10. Plated Knights for the Army levies is definitely a good one. And back into the tech tree. Coastal Fort. Local maritime presence. That's a pretty healthy gain. That is a pretty healthy gain. But that does not provide us with the sailors. Recruitment law? It's not going to give us something, is it? Manpower? Sailors. But you have to have sailors to have that make sense. So, discipline and quality make more sense. The armory is going to give us manpower. And means we can actually start paying for an army. And financially, we're kind of getting in a place where that could be helpful. So maybe we do need to get into the armory and like the men-at-arms. It's the levy version too, so it upgrades our levies, makes them stronger. So I think we'll go that direction next. That's 3. Gunsmith, not quite. Naval morale could certainly help us. Mediterranean galley might help us. Well, what is this one? The Great Long Fada. Good for maritime presence. It's a galley. It's an upgraded galley. Okay. There you go. There's, I guess, the next one. Like how we've grown to almost 600k pops. That's something going well. The integration for down has grown to 25%. Okay, we've already seen that Norway might have similar troop strength to us, but they very much do not have. They got 46 in Orkney. No naval power for Iceland either, and just 1,500. Greenland itself has just 2. If we could ever get that, I'd love to take all of those. But Sweden would come with them, but they don't have ships either. Nor does Norway. So we could go no CB, or we could try to get one. 15 stab, not a big deal. The war exhaustion we would recover quickly. The 5 antagonism, where would it go? Not to anybody who really has any right now. And by taking islands to the north that nobody has, like, Orkney won't exist anymore. Norway. Okay, well, they'll pick up 9. They do have 6, so making Norway hate us. Well, we're going to take land off them. They're going to hate us quite a bit. But maybe we can avoid that if we are a little bit patient here and wait for... Ooh, ouch. New outbreak of influenza. Prosperity in Edinburgh drops 30%. That's a bit of a hit. That is a bit of a hit. Well, did we not hire somebody? They lasted like 5 seconds? What? Oh, come on. Typhus. A day later. Was it flu or was it typhus? Did you just misread the symptoms? Noble birth? No, we are not going to only have nobility as leaders. That's a pain. And the fact that they ever ask for that or push for that is ridiculous. French Pact of Caution again. How are we doing on that second wave? 98%. Okay, we're on the cusp of the second wave coming through. How's Aberdeen doing? A little bit further behind. Renaissance going a little faster for some reason than the banking. Ascent, for some reason, is a little bit ahead of the curve. Was that Ross's capital? That might have been Ross's capital. We're at... No. It's got to be Dingwall, right? 99% on professional armies. Or do they already have... They already have professional armies. So, yeah, maybe it was Ascent. Vassals do we have? Because it's a lot, I think. It is a lot. It's 11. It is 11. Oriel thing we do want to flip, but they're only at 115, right? We got to get them to like us again, and we still have a little time to go on that window of the war / annexation. Another English exile. The Crown Prince has died. The Crown Prince has died. Come on. Strange fever has claimed the life of the king's beloved Crown Prince as court sheds its clothes for blacker garments. It strikes all. What a frail and transient thing life can be. Our heir, presumably, is now our daughter. Crown Princess Maud de Bruce is 10 years old. She did not have any bonuses, so right now she's only a 27, 32, 30. Oh, okay, she does. She was ambitious, that's right. Diplo and admin bonuses. Though it doesn't look like it. The admin's still lower than the military score for her. Let's go ahead and turn up her education. Gosh. And here's the exiles from England. Anyway, as for coring, right, we've got all of Scotland done, Upper Scotland. Man is still a matter of assimilation. And then we are actively integrating here. We've gone from 10 to 30% fairly quickly. And then we've also kept ourselves minimalist here in terms of the other land, as that could have gotten a lot worse. But we saw the negativity of the crown power situation as one of the factors in this is a lack of control. There's that factor right there. We're at 32% average control. And so crown power population right now is at minus 8% as a result. Monthly research progress is minus 4% as a result. So you've got to maintain a high control level, which we're working on trying to build up. But the more we grow and expand, the less control we have. And then taking areas where we have no control, not helpful. Integrate and build ourselves, which it would be nice if I could build a bailiff now, so that I could get some control going here. Satisfaction situation's got a little bit better there. The friendly army thing barely helping, but it still has that 10% cord. 51% on the rebellion situation, but again, we're dealing with it, right? It's not gonna be a big deal. In fact, it's only a minor revolt, so it would just come with a small penalty anyway. 19 ducats, money to spend. Let's go ahead and spend. We still like wool. Wool is still a good moneymaker, but no pops. They've all kind of recently gotten it. So, Carcubri, Dumbarton, gotta get those two. Horses, different matter. Get somewhere with that. Aberdeen still has constructions ongoing. Beeswax, yes, we can do that. Roxburgh's doing fine. Let's get some food. It's been a while since we've done any type of food upgrade, but Selkirk with only one, I guess. Yeah, we'll take it. And lumber. Oh, that's rough. Air. I think maybe the estates have been. Gotta keep it up with that because those guys are very much not at one. Let's take wheat. There you go, there's a good option. Okay, back to building. Let's build up the burgers and get more taxes out of them, right? Weaponsmith, already 8. Brewery. started in Dumfries, and it's Parliament. And it's CB time. Exiles Kingdom of England again. It's going the opposite way, I think, that one. Oh, promote integration. You know what? We could use that for a little bit. 20% boost to all 4 of the areas. Or these 4 areas, anyway. I'm going to take that as keeper. Or it's 4. There's, what, 5 locations? So 7 in all. It's 4 of the 7 locations that aren't currently integrated. And we're at 50%. Orkney can wait a little bit longer. I think when it comes to those, we'll want to vassalize Iceland. We will hopefully be able to steal Greenland as a vassal. And then take the land off of Orkney. And then see about whether we can get any sort of foothold into Norway for future endeavors. And you would probably want to start more extreme north type ventures for that. Just because if you do anything down here, they'll be all over you. But then again, if they gather in Oslo, maybe something out here is far enough away from Oslo that they won't get there by the time you grab your troops and then go by ship. So actually this might be a good location kind of here, far away from Oslo. We have English border enclaves. While Scotland and England have not seen war for quite some time. Yeah, as if. English influence over our territory still looms large along the border. Many local rulers of the town and cities have taken to naming King Plantagenet as their king, while also inviting English garrisons to protect them. These territories still fall under direct Scots ownership, although King Nigel de Bruce and the Council have openly denounced this enclave as a threat to Scots sovereignty. We probably need to root out these. Gain prestige, small stab loss. Pressuring the English enclaves is heavy infantry power. Declaring wars cost. Reduction antagonism receives a little bit higher for a while. Makes us belligerent and offensive. Making us directly belligerent and offensive, which we are both of. It makes England dislike us. Dumfries gains England enclaves for 5 years. Max control for defense. Ugh, come on. Roxburgh has the same problem. And Duns. And I'm guessing this is uncontested, is going to not get decentralization. They're going to get the enclaves anyway for longer. And we lose prestige, but we gain stability. Well, obviously, we're paying plenty for stability, and it's quite high. So, cut the enclave modifier in half and get pressuring for the English. There's your path. That's your obvious one. Hussite Wars pops up. Joy, another event. Just what we wanted. We're making 20 ducats. 20 ducats a month. Happy, happy, joy, joy. Joy, happy, happy. Lose 5% or lose legitimacy and prestige. Well, only one choice. 4 tools guilds are always welcome and a bit necessary. Or a lot necessary. Stone quarries. We do not even have a stone quarry yet. Selkirk has some pops, but they have demands already. Maybe Lanrick. that would pay better. Or you go to like Clackmannan. Not going to pay very well. Where is Clackmannan? Is this it? No, that's Aaron. There's Clackmannan. If we build a road there, it's going to pay out better. So let's make sure we get a road into Clackmannan, and let's find out where's the better spot to come from. Through Sterling. So build a road. Okay, there you go, integration. And there's our road. I think we're gonna need to get roads into these guys too, just to help boost their control. That's through Lanric. That's also through Lanric. Let's go ahead and build a road to both of those. Integration downs jumped to 40%. We've also gotten to 12.8% here. So how are we looking? 6,000 pops now. Majority is now Scots, so that one's really snowballing. That's why it seems to be going a little bit faster. They will have that control. They'll get those other 2,600 as Scots soon enough. Does that feed? I mean, it doesn't really touch Man, but it's the same state. Maybe it will affect how this one goes. Wait. No, that's still Aaron. And this is 22,000. It's so much bigger. In fact, is this our largest population? Is this ahead of Dumfries? It's awfully close. Only 203 Scots there. That's that's a real problem with that one. Is it's still less than 1%. So it's gonna just keep inching its way along. It's amazing that the Norse are still the high population base there. It's not Irish. Long, slow process. But again, Iran's gonna help with that. Or Aaron, is it Iran? Aaron, either way. Oh, hello, possible institution, Renaissance, 23% spread, 66 stab hit. We can be a patient for a little bit. We could be patient for a little bit with that, but let me go ahead and check on how that is spreading, though. Dunbar's done. Duns. Roxburgh, about to get the banking one. Oh boy, here we go. Banff, clash between Banff. Urquhart, I don't know where that is. Banff, it wasn't Banff. There's Banff. That doesn't really have control either. That was just outside of the range. It has some. It's like maybe 15%. Probably throw our sport behind Banff then. That'll gain 10% control. Yeah, having this mountain range makes it hard to spread control further north. It's really got to come overseas, but we're just not in a phase for that. But we've got some tech on the way that's going to help spread things a little bit more. How are you doing on your recovery? You're not finishing it ever because we don't have manpower. So why don't we just go patrol the seas? That's all you can really do, right? You're not taking any attrition out here, so gotta do what you gotta do. Armory is ready to go. We can start building up our army a bit more. and the way we're making ducats at the moment. It actually makes a certain amount of sense. We've got plenty of towns now. We're getting buildings built. We're getting RGOs expanded. We're building roads. Like, we're expanding that proximity, which is going to help with that control. I think maybe roads in the short term is still probably my best investment for a little while, as that's going to get us to that 25% bonus at some point. But we've dropped to 20 in the meantime, and that's probably because the burgers are gaining power as we keep adding more burgers at the moment. So expanding control makes more sense short term. And yeah, that's the roads. That's the proximity and control spread through there, and these are still ongoing. But the Clackman one is coming through. Big reduction there, so that's good. These guys were all coming via sea, but maybe that's just because there's no road. Maybe let's get this road from Gleska and go from there and see if these might flip from coming via sea to a road being enough to do it. So let's start with this road. 135 ducats. And same can be said here with Stranraer, but that's your shortest path, right? This very much circles around. Because you're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3. So I think you go straight on from Kenmore. So you gotta wait for the road to be done there. Or through air. Same sort of deal. I would imagine that's a little more straight A-B. And with the road, might flip what it's using as an option and take that 15%. See it go a little bit higher. Starting authority over the prelates. The prelates are, the clergy. Unlock authority over the clergy law, which would give us government jurisdiction, crown power bonus, make them a little less happy. Minimum tax goes up. Can we actually tax them then? Because right now we can't. Clergy power reduction at the same time. Less religious influence though. More cultural tradition. Less expected cost of court, but papal relations would not be good. Meanwhile, we could take a limited curia access. Still gain crown power. Make them happy, which has got a knock-on effect of research bonus. Still raise the minimum tax, though not as much. Still reduce their power. Cut down on the monthly religious influence deficit that we're going to have. Stability investment cost reduction, which we're investing pretty heavily in, so it would reduce the cost to keep very high stability. And we're still going to lose papal relations, but not as much. Seems like a pretty good option right there. So, unlock, that's that first option. That also unlocks it. So we're going to take one of those two options. We're going to unlock it. We can lose 15 religious influence or lose 10. We want the limited one. That's the heavier one. We want the limited. So that would be this one. As long as Scotland remains Catholic, we will have access to authority over the clergy. So we're going to take the the mid option, a little bit less penalty kind of driven, and but still largely, positive in how it gains. Still on the minus 1.22. Still on just 1%. So that's all still coming down to harbors and naval proximity that we're still waiting on through tech to be able to make some gains. And it's this institution stuff. Both are now available. They've both hit that 20% threshold. You could almost afford that stab hit, but I think we can knock it down quite a bit. Okay, here we go. Fourth phase. But remember, this time around, there's more land for them to grab. There's more for them to gain. And yes, let's jump into the war, of course. But what's it looking like, folks? What's it looking like this time around? England has 44,000. But France is back up to 93,000. We're up to 10,000, so a quarter of the strength of England. They do have more regulars than they had before at 2,200. France also has a lot more regulars than they had before. But the big question is the naval supremacy. France back to 49. It's good. It's not that great. Brittany's up to 28, though. It's definitely getting better. We're at the 18. Crown of Aragon. That's that one at the bottom. They only have 15, but they got 2,600 regulars. But they also have a huge navy to match England's 60, to more than match England's 61. Chester's got quite a bit. Okay, we know we can take Pale. Especially their 4,000. We now have Artois as well. Boy. Okay. Maybe we get 10 million pops to their 4.4 million. That's even with Aragon. And it's Aragon, not Castile. Aragon's back around the other side. Get out of this proximity mode where we were trying to push things. Aragon's back here. It's not Castile. It's definitely not the same thing. Cagliari is way down here. Aragon is somebody who France can walk all over. So Aragon being in this war is probably bad for them. But for the moment, they do have a navy. They do have a strong navy. The army might be able to march into their lands and beat up on them, but that navy can make things complicated. So in the short term, England's going to focus on these lands and focus on a land war for a good while. Hopefully their navy does not get crushed in the meantime, where we can still play our same tactics as before. Remember, we do have a reduction for 5 years, and it's definitely not been 5 years, in Dumfries and Roxburgh and their defense. So they are not going to stand up to an English invasion for very long. And is it still a 4-to-1 strength modifier for England for now? Yeah, it's gonna be rough. 10,000 levies. Love that we've pushed that above 10k. Very much call in all of the naval levies as well. Four? Is it really just 4? And let's go around and set ourselves up. We'll try Gleska. And remember, we also just won these battles here, so we've gotten even stronger in Ireland than we were previously. It's going to make it that much easier. I suppose luckily we did not go get that CB on Orkney, because we would almost certainly be at war with Norway right now. There you go. We just captured one ship off of Chester. Okay. Nice. That's a lot of levies this time around, and we very much want you coming to Gleska as well. Go to man real quick. Pick these troops up. Go ahead and come this way, and then go to Gleska. Just like the opportunity of maybe capturing those ships real quick before England gets organized. Okay, now we do need to look at the fact that we've got our regulars and these guys isolated right now with, 4,500 pale troops, which, hey, there's your 4,000 actually. So maybe we gather in like Slavich. England already has some troops right there, but that's probably because they just called up their levies and they're gonna march south. Just took out one ship from Pale. Do we want to drop those 200 over here first? Ballycastle. A little bit less to carry, right? Back and forth. Don't need those 200 here. We need them down here. Actually, we need them right there. Just go take that. They had a castle, did they not? Now they do not. Ulster has dropped their castle. Current war score, 7%. More ships trying to bring my navy together here, but we have a very good amount already. How much can we carry with this? 9,720. 52 shy of everybody. Do we want to make 2 trips? It's so fast to get over to Ballycastle. Go. Here's the one decisive fight that we need to deal with. They are already fully committed on their right flank. We do not have a commander yet. Oh, because I can't add a commander right now. Unless I do it to these 211 and they come into the fight a little late. Because there's our forces. With our commander. Who's going to arrive very late to the party, but we'll try. Let's go ahead and throw in a commander here. The young military genius there. And we're going to pick those guys up and try to get them in there as fast as possible through Ballycastle. But I think the fight's going to be over way before that happens, and it is. We only lost 1,000, they lost 3,000, but that's 1,000 we didn't need to lose. We'll send you guys to Ballycastle as well. Link up with them. Let's just go ahead and give you your own commander. As we just took care of that group with the 200 we brought over. Good thing they had a commander and that I didn't take him away. Go march in there, take that. Those guys in retreat still have half their forces. But we have a different level of dominance right now over Ireland than what we've had previously. We are much more in control. We have a much stronger navy. They need a commander for now as well. Never mind what it does for my power. We've only lost 5 ducats. We're still looking pretty okay. 13% on the war score for the moment. Looking pretty strong. Aragon's still very much a power player. Some power seems to be lost for those guys, navally. We're still behind the A-ball, though, and I'm the strong player at seas. France still has our 93,000. We still have our 8,000, so still looking good on that part. And, 41 vassals. Aragon, Cagliari, okay, that's their vassal. And that's an ally. So that is somebody that can be very much separate pieced. We are not going to go get that, though. They have too strong of a navy for us to go invade Aragon and somehow get land out of them in that separate peace deal. That's very much not going to happen. It's got to be England, and England's still full strength. So we have taken out Ulster. Pale's not wiped out yet, though. That will still be our early attention here, early focus. Okay, let's get you 300 join the 200. They're marching away. Darn. I was going to take them out here shortly. Okay, unite those forces. The king is no longer in charge. It auto-defaulted to the other guy. King can go have more children now. Go home. Okay, that takes care of that one. And the 8,000 can march on down. Where their 1,800 now continue to retreat. Gonna go march on those 400, but they ran away too. Take Dublin next. And there we go. We took out a small auxiliary group. Picked up reinforcement speed bonus. I like that. Those 76 are still just sitting there. I can't believe they're still just sitting there. It's time to start acting, though, with the strength of this navy. But remember, we don't have sailors, so we have some ships that are actually in really bad shape, and I should not necessarily be committing them to war. I should be pulling them out of the formation. Otherwise, we stand a chance of losing some of them. No captured ships, but navy maintenance efficiency. I like that. Okay. Go ahead and go into port for a second and let me analyze what we have. More upgrades available, but let's not worry about that one right now because it's going to turn them into a mess. We want to create a new unit, drop to the bottom, and get these guys out of here. Just those 3. Everybody else is 46% or above. Those 3 now will remain combat ineffective, and we don't have to worry about losing them. We will take the other 62 into potential fights. Just got to be careful with the English, and we do not know what's out there. So let's take our own shores and go this way and make sure that that's safe. This is also going to give me eyes on the lands here a little bit. Not really. No. about if we go down here? Pop in a man right away if we needed to. Okay, good look at the coastline there. Oh, ally. Oh, ally. Let's go take these guys out. There we go. Full stack wipe for just 163 losses. And what did we just march into? I was gonna... That's what I feared. That's why I didn't want to leave them out there. And what do? We go and lose 3 ships to Aragon. Okay, well, with them wiped out, looks like we can probably carpet siege things. At the moment, 49% attacker ticking, 26 battles, 38% gain, and occupations mattering less so as Prades, Amiens, lots of good war score. Lots of good war score, and that attacker ticking is going to go month by month comfortably. I mean, all you need is 10% to get it, so they're going to be looking at a 25% bonus in about 22 months, and they're already at a 50% war score. This is well on its way. Aragon's down to 7,700 troops. We're down to just the Welsh and Chester. England still has their 44k though, so they have not lost anything, meaning they do not have troops over here. They could try to land some troops over there, but right now the French are slowly occupying all of that, which is going to add to the occupation score. What we still need to be careful of is 44k and another, what was it, like 4,000? We've got about 48k potential enemies walking into our doorstep. And yeah, our navy needs to hide. That sucks. We're down to 2 regular galleys and 11 transports. With these guys decimated, we can split in half and take the other 4k to go handle other sieges. Faster we can get all of Ireland fully occupied, the faster we can get back, and hope that by that point France has finished all of this and is ready for more, and we just got something here can have better education. We have a 3-year-old son. Where the heck did you come from? David, how did I not even see that you were born? How did I not see you were born? Okay, expensive education. Okay, that should not be under zone of control. Yeah, because that's a separate enemy. So go ahead and go into Kilkenny and 51% already. Clearly this 4th phase of the 100 Years' War is going much better. But like I said, I think it's still going to end up feeding into a 5th phase eventually. You know what? We don't need 4,200 either. So split off 2,500. Go start a siege here. And then split off again. And 1,500 can go to Ferns. There's Kilkenny under our control. We'll leave these guys along the coast for the army marching along Mearns. So do we want to go take out this vassal? 1200. Who is that? Gower? It's got to be one of the Welsh, right? Gower? Govar? Oh gosh, come on. I've heard just a little bit of like how crazy pronunciation is for the Welsh compared to what it actually is, and there is Arundel, and like that's somebody you can deal with. That is somebody you can deal with. This is not something I can deal with, though. We are about to be bumped out to sea. I want you to run back this way and up to Gleska, or maybe Ballycastle would be better because that's where we're going to need to pick up. So hold on this way and then Ballycastle. Run away. We have 38 and we have 26. We lost 12 ships, not 3 as it claims. I hate how it's always inaccurate. The number's so far off. Do have a little bit of war exhaustion, but without any fighting happening now, it's not bad. Keeping an eye on kind of who's who. As long as they're not the same nation, there's no zone of control situation. Okay, men-at-arms and increased levies for the men-at-arms as well, so that's pushing those all into the next tier, meaning we'll be a bit more combat effective going forward. Let's split these guys off. We also don't need a force that large. And we can afford to get another one going in Clonmel. And then here comes the larger forces. 9K. Berserkers? Is that a mercenary group? So they have hired out mercs, but they're the war score's at 66% now. And England is starting to take some losses. They've lost 3,000 now. Everyone's still at 7,000. 0 regulars. But the naval situation remains unchanged, with us by far the weaker of The war score is doing what it needs to do. Meanwhile, there's still potential for 14% more in the attacker ticking. This war could be over pretty quickly with the war score approaching 70%. Usually they don't wait much longer than that. And by spreading out my forces, also the occupations and sieges. Well, the sieges part is very much going our way. There's like one castle left to siege is all. We're not already actively sieging. But only 2 of the sieges are actually going anywhere. The rest are all still very, very low, very negative. But we're offsetting the bonuses that they are getting quite easily. Score-wise, we are very much helping the war score. But here's Aragon with forces that are just completely uncontested. They're just marching right on in, and France doesn't care. They are so focused on England without being focused on England. But there's 10k English that were just brought in here and curb stomped. So England is desperately trying to get forces over here to take the fight to France, and it's not going very well. They've almost got total control here. And this one being that little bit further out is just baiting England into some losses. Now 75% as a result, and yeah, England's suddenly down to 28,000. And Aragon's down to 44 and 50. 50 is probably auxiliary, you would think. So Aragon just got curb stomped, England just got curb stomped, and the war's nearly over. Is that a maximum score on that one? It probably is. It probably does not go above 50%. It's probably the most you could have. That seems to be stable now. So we can gain another 11% from the ticking. The blockades then would take, and occupations would take a bit more, and really isn't very necessary. So this done in days. The one downside to this 4th phase of the 100 Years' War is the implications of ships we lost to Aragon in that fight where we were distracted with the other fight, looked away. I was not wanting to do any major thing. I was going, can we see a navy? Can we see forces? I was just going to simply return them, and then that happened. Okay, there's one. Which one? This one. Take that one and then go stand on that last. Yeah, got an 80% war score. Let's go, France. Get your peace deal. Be done with it. Too bad you give me absolutely nothing out of it, and I keep taking some suffering. But again, you're keeping England at bay for me. Keeping myself from being the loser here. Do we want to? They've pulled back. My vassal has recovered man. I'm thinking more about that now as like a prosperity issue. So I guess go take Adair. Okay, you're gonna lose that control if you don't go siege the castles. That's the obvious next destination. Oh, and they are not paying for that castle maintenance because we're at 100%. Bold fighter. That's the king. That's a new trait. Commander combat bonus. That's a healthy bonus. There's the siege on it there. Army initiative and monthly progress to offensive. Fantastic. Fantastic right there. Very happy to have that one. Cork is still open, right? Yeah, let's go take Cork. War score dropped to 77. What'd you lose? What'd you lose? It's an occupation and blockades thing. It's the movement of all their navies. Castle Connell. Oh, it's probably the siege bonuses being a little more than the a little more value to the occupations. There you go. Back to your 83. Let's go, France. Let's get the truce. Move on. We're at the same spread right now for Renaissance and banking. Cork is ours. That's that one. Guess go help that siege. Castle. That's the castle. That's the only unoccupied location there. %. Norwegian exile. Yeah, we'll take them. Legitimacy is maxed out, so prestige yet again. That was supposed to be 10, but I only went from 51 to 56. Maybe I didn't look closely enough. Maybe it was only supposed to be 5. 92%. Come on. You've got a near 100%. Would you like to give me something? England is getting wiped out. Castile has now joined the war, and Aragon is gone. Or did Aragon just get absorbed by Castile? No. So Aragon gets knocked out of the war, and England, who clearly has gone after Aragon and Castile as a deterrent to France, Castile didn't join the war initially, but has joined the war now that Aragon is out of it. We're still at 92% though, because of the goal and objective being the way they are, being the way that they are built right now. Nope, we already occupied that one. But yeah, 94%. I don't know what they're waiting on here. All they've done is now set themselves. Well, I guess with Castile, it gives them a long truce, even though they're not really in the war at all. Stability and commoners happy. Or lose a little religious influence. I'm not even using it, so it's okay. Not right now, anyway. I have 4 sieges left. And then we might actually go start sieging down things in England. Because it looks like their forces have been wiped out, and there's just 5,000 right there. And they only have 3,000 left, so... Well, 4,000. That's their 5,000. That's their whole forces, and then the Welsh have 4,000, so yeah, we want to start transporting these troops over the moment we start finishing these sieges instead of going and doubling down again. I think we start sending our units back to Scotland and start marching in on England. This could be our first chance to get a 10% war score against England and make demands ourselves. But at 96% war score, this thing should have ended quite a while ago, and has yet to do so. So will it do so the moment they hit 100? You would imagine that would end it. So maybe they're realizing that they could get like a totality type thing here and get to that 100%, and that's what they're waiting for. Attacker taking is just 1% away. So one more month there, and we're like 1% away, 1.08 on sieges. And there's one of them, so go ahead and march back to Ballet Castle. Percentages are all pretty high for those, so they should all end pretty soon. Trick is getting back, and Castile's like, yeah, no thank you. But the nice thing is it's very short to just pop on over. There's your peace deal, finally. To Scotland. Big ol' two Scotlands. Lots of Scotlands. Drogheda, Kells. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. I'm happy. Thank you, France. Thank you very much. And they're taking back everything they lost, of course. So lots of land to Scotland. Lots of land to France. England annuls treaties with Castile for 120 months. And obviously they were the much bigger threat than Aragon, and the Aragon was a separate piece anyway, so it might have done it in 557 ducats also, which we're going to get a share of. So, oh hell yes. Oh hell yes. We have just taken Ulster. Ulster belongs to us now. So Ulster no longer exists, and then we just got the lands up here as well. I like that. I like that. We've made gains directly against England. And how did we do here? Yeah, France took all of that back, but did not take any of this on this particular war, which means the 100 Years' War goes on. Now, obviously, we run into some problems. We run into some problems if we find ourselves in the same scenario we were the last time, where France does not have a strong enough navy compared to England and can't get their troops over there. We are going to need to start building up our navy. I think that is my short-term, to stand a chance against England, because England themselves is a little bit stronger than my forces. We've just weakened Pale further. They lost one of their vassals. 2 of their vassals. I think this was a vassal also. Or was that all Pale? Maybe that was all Pale. But we gained 5 locations off of Pale, weakening them. We gained all of Ulster, making them not exist. So having a strength advantage here now becomes even more profound, right? The advantage is greater. You can take all of that pretty quick. The question then goes, can we actually march into England? The Welsh alone have half our strength. England was 4 times our strength. Don't feel like that's possible just yet. But are we inching closer towards that? Yeah. Can we distract England long enough for France to actually start the invasion and get going, so that the next war can actually end the 100 Years' War? And we can absolutely get into that point where, well, hey, we we were taking land here. That's where that 100 became something useful, because they didn't want too much antagonism themselves. They wanted us to have some. So speaking of, how much do we have now? England? 6%. Maybe we need to wait to see what happens with that, because yeah, maybe just maybe that's gonna be peace treaty demands. But is that our peace treaty demands? Have they been included just yet? We'll hold off and find out. But yeah, England doesn't hate us because it wasn't English lands that we took. It was Pale's lands that we took. So actually I think we're pretty okay on the antagonism piece. Hold on. Pale? None. I don't know. Let it take by. Let those levies go home. We still have 9,700, so we're still right on that edge. The levies here, though, that's the problem. The ships down to 13. We had 18. We lost 5. And the galleys are especially what we lost, not the transports. Upgrades. Let's get into an upgrade right away. Oh, we still have 16, actually. 3 we broke off. There's another galley, so we can make another galley here and get you back together. Big problem, though, is still not having the sailors situation under control. So we're only down 2 ships, actually. It's not as bad as I thought it was. War exhaustion is going to be gone in just 2 months. Stability's high at 81. I think we can absolutely turn our attention to Orkney now. Maximum sailors -1 for the moment. In that case, let's go ahead and get the fishing village. Dunbar. Oh, new lands. New lands. At 9k. Are any of you gonna make any money? No. You guys are not really money makers. But we have places that can get us something to get our navy back on track. Also something is fort maintenance can be cut in half, say 2.5 ducats a month. Food access from France. Yes. Do you even have troops over here? Oh, let's get you back to Galway. They'll recover quickly enough. Okay, that's gonna hurt my control a little bit, though. Yeah, drop to 29%, so that drops my crown power to 17. That's not good for our economy, but we're at 25 ducats. Maybe that's the short-term control that's fading away quickly through here. Nope, it's already at 0. Maybe we need to feed some of this to the vassals. So yeah, let's look into that. We don't need to be having all of this land under our direct control. We can give away at least a little bit of it. But it's hard to know who to give it to without knowing the state locations. I need a map that's gonna specify that one. Where is it? Geopolitics. Naval morale, okay. Geography. There we go. provinces. So like this. This is all Meath here. So I think that's what you give away. Give it to these guys who already have part of the state. You're giving them more of the state that they already have. All through Kells. So that is Connacht? Yeah. So Connacht, let's give you some of that land we just picked up. And we want to seed the province of Scotsmeath. And then for now, as this is coastal, I think we might just try to hang on to Glens. That might be, give them a little bit more. The Ulster stuff. Hang on to the rest of that for ourselves. So Glens, where you at? Earldom of Glens. Let's give you a province. Antrim, there you go. You already very much like us, and I'm pretty sure that Glens already was given the yeah, it's not even seen as an option here, right? We cannot tell you to flip culture because I already told you to flip culture a while ago, right? We could start annexation with them. They love us. They would be happy to be absorbed, but would I gain control without the culture shift? Probably not. So looking at the cultures map mode, Scots is 2% in Ballycastle. They're having a hard time with it. 0.38. We gave this one to them recently, and it's got more English than it has Scots. It's hard. Irish culture is very strong. Obviously, the best thing would be to get the Irish culture to just be fully accepted. What would that be in society? We are 36% Scots now. We've overtaken the Highland. Northgall, improve our cultural opinion, cost me 10 prestige. That's what I need to be using it on right now, right? There's no cultural tradition for them, okay? Same with the Highland. But assimilation right now of Highland Pops is minus 10%. If you turn that up to Kindred, no, now it says minus 30. This is all confusing since they changed it. It used to be so straightforward and understandable. I do not understand it anymore. But this, like right now, the next option would be to change primary culture. I don't want to change. It's an accepted culture. So maybe this is the one that I need to be worried about. I've been worried about this one all this time. And that's assimilation of Highland This is what I need. It's already an accepted culture, and that's why these lands are cored. I need the Irish to be something, but they have a ton of cultural tradition and cultural influence, which is why we can't assimilate it. Add tolerated culture, though, and our accepted cultures is already at 1.8. So the Norse Gaul is fine, the Highlands are fine, but the long-term problem is that we can't take more accepted cultures. The Irish would be perfect for that long-term, right? You get Ireland cored that way, so we can actually get something out of all of that, and those vassals as you absorb all of them. The Irish in particular just have really strong cultural tradition. Ours is only 188. Our cultural influence is only 31, so we just do not have the same. Yeah, we only have 0.2 to work with, so if we were to add, there we go, tolerated would add 1.01, like right off the bat, which would put us into a huge deficit. We need to pick up the ability to accept more. I think maybe that's our trick, is not trying to assimilate, but trying to adopt. Sickness, oh gosh, come on. Just when things are going right, things suddenly go wrong. Just when they're going right. Nigel de Bruce gains nobles in power for 5 years, clergy in power for 5 years, burghers in power for 5 years, peasants in power is probably going to hurt the least. Makes them happy, adds 25% power. Their modifier doesn't make a very big difference, so let's put the commoners in power. They are the weakest, and the modifiers do the least to them. There's 10% English here because of events. I think that's maybe where I need to turn my assimilation focuses. But we're making progress here, so I don't want to stop it. Yeah, we are majority Scots, but there's still, what was it, 16 each? It was 32. It's down to 1,400 each. And then in man, it's still barely existing, 207. Like, it was 198, 196. So we've added maybe like 11 more Scots. Food access canceled. Okay, they got what they needed. Alright, well, we made a little bit of progress here in Ireland, and we've finished off all of the free lands. Oriel, do you like us yet? 131. A little bit closer. A little bit closer, yeah, those negatives aren't hurting as bad. We can still get back a little improved relations, but it's not much. Maybe we can get it for like 250. That would be enough to push us there. Let's go ahead and once again ask them to improve opinion. And then add those Anglo-Irish locations jump to 4. Okay. They're a little more upset than before, but it's at 90% and it's about to hit 100%, but it's only going to be a minor penalty. And we have no control in those lands anyway, so it's not going to be that big of a deal. But it might be time to grab RCB for Orkney. That's a 7 stab. That's prestige, so take the 7 stab. 49.89%. That's not much of a boost, was it? When it already started at 40. We don't want to change a policy. We don't want to lose 12 stability to do so. capital economy. Okay, I like capital economy. I like to move away, but traditional economy stuck on 90. But this would still get it to an 85, and that's helpful. 2.5 stability is not bad. The Lairds will get happy soon enough. Let's take that. France wins 100. There should have been another, but have we reached? We haven't reached 100 years yet. 100 years war is coming to an end, folks. In a momentous turn of events, Kingdom of France has emerged victorious in the arduous and protracted 100 Years' War. The Kingdom of England has been forced to recognize French territorial integrity and make substantial concessions. This triumph has greatly enhanced the prestige and influence of France on the stage of Europe. King Philip Dubois de Valois? Was it Valois? Has the chance to consolidate his reclaimed territories, strengthen his royal authority, and establish himself as a preeminent power in the region. Concludes the 100 Years' War situation. Okay, and we're making that shift towards the capital economy at a cost of just 2.5. We're at 65. Let's go ahead and fabricate that CB on Orkney. And we instantly get that as well, so we don't have to delay. We can turn our attention to Orkney, to Norway. Remember, Sweden was with them on it, but neither one of them had the naval strength to stop us. Let's make sure that that is still the case, and it is very much still the case. There is no navies. There is absolutely no navies involved. So we turn our attention north and northwest, and maybe a little bit to Norway itself. But Norway has similar strength to ours, so marching them on down there would not be wise. It would be more of just take that land for future wars. Let's get our CB. Parliament approved. Don't fall for the tricks. Don't fall for the tricks. We've got Orkney, Iceland, and Greenland well under control and no navies to interfere with taking those. But what is the specific war goal? Take Northern Isles. So you hold the Isles, you're going to gain the ticking war score. You'll get a little bit of occupations. We can probably get ourselves to maybe 30% war score. And then get what you can get from a 30% war score once you have it. It's going to take a while, but let's go ahead and declare war. Okay, we definitely want the full naval might. And we don't need the full might of our army, but we will take it. And let's go ahead and bring you up to Ballycastle. I have 800 ducats, and I think I have an opportunity here to go ahead and recruit heavy cavalrymen. We'll recruit one more there. That'll give us 600 regulars, all cavalry, to hit those flanks and hit those flanks hard. They're pretty OP at this stage. And use less manpower anyway compared to your infantry. So these guys should be gathering. Let's bring you together in Ballycastle, and then these guys will definitely be gathering, and we'll bring you together in Dornoch. And we'll bring you up to Dornoch as well. $43 ducats or lose 5%. If we could have bumped that to like 25 or 30, then maybe you go for it, but that's not happening. Okay, 26 in the fleet, 5,000 they can carry. Gotta keep an eye on what they have. It's a little bit more. Norway's got 11, Sweden's got 6 when they call up those levies. We're still stronger, but speaking of stronger, oh no, we're still dealing with the lack of sailors situation, which is why we can't fix all the ships. Okay, what does Orkney have? 69. Sweden also has a couple of vassals, gotta watch out for that. Give me a commander. Wait, hold on. We know the king is actually quite the fighter now. He's got some bonuses. Do have a fight coming. It's not an automatic, though it's dominating, but we can take less losses. So if we can take less losses, we want to take less losses. You know what, let's just go from here. Already we are taking attrition. Should have timed that better. There we go. Stack wipe with no losses. There you go. Okay, let's get you in port. We'll wait until the 1st of November to make a move. And we're going to get that. We're going to get the rest of Orkney. Will we get over here as well? No, that's a separate state. So that'll be our next destination. I'm going to have to be careful out here. I might have to, yeah, return these. There's going to be a good chance of taking attrition at sea. I have enough time to split these. No, not split in half. That's not the button I needed. I need to create a new unit and get rid of these. Wow. These, that's a lot. That is a lot. Shortest route back to our port is Tongue. There we go. Okay. Back to port, they're okay. We're going to also occupy this before the turn of the month. So we're going to stay in port until the 1st of December. And we are taking attrition anyway. We hold it. It's got to be the winter conditions it is. So we're saving the Navy right now, but we are hurting the levies. How bad is your attrition? 1%. It's like 49 losses. Probably 50 losses they'll end up rounding up. Ship lost in Tongue. How? How are you taking any attrition in Tongue? Go back to Edinburgh. You're not going to take any attrition there. Yeah, now we have to leave 1,000 of those behind. And we come for Iceland and the war score of Iceland. So check it in. Iceland definitely has a little bit more. So leaving those 1,000 behind, not terribly helpful for us, but and those 1,000 are going to keep taking attrition too. So Iceland, your capital is there. That's probably where all your troops are. Why don't we go to like Hopsel? That's how it's pronounced. At least I know how to say Reykjavik. Issue fails. Stab hit. 3% war score. It's already starting to go positive. Halfway through the month. December. Can we get you? You're not taking any great attrition here, so I guess you're okay. Neither of you are taking attrition here. That's good, which means you can go back and collect the 980. Siege is done, so we have something there. And there's 1,500 troops of theirs showing up. Okay. 15 January. That's cutting it close. But let's try to get you back here. And there's where the fight is, next to us. I'll wait for my full... Oh, you're running out of food. Well, we brought more food, but let's go march in there and wipe them out. That's going to help with the war score. And allow us to go just take their capital and sit on it and get the entirety of... Yeah, there's other little states. We got to march around, get those under our control. There we go. Stack wipe with a 138 loss. We do not need to be sitting in this space, though. Come back to this town. We don't even need to come to the town, do we? It's not a state. Okay, Lairds are happy. Go for the capital. Get that food as soon as possible. Take less attrition, if possible. Wow, that is a morale just tanker. Nigel de Bruce has died, and we have a consort regency. Our regent is Dorothy. Lady Dorothy von Beichlingen. Okay, I'm not sure why she is our... we're not moving the court. Stay in Edinburgh. Stability. Investment, but counter-espionage. And he died marching the... Oh, he's here with the army.
Got a vassal up here helping us out, though. We've already gotten up to 15% and can make demands already. But we are still taking... food situation's kind of hanging in there, but it's not going to stay for long. So go get the other location so we can get all of Iceland under control. Got one there too. Maybe we need to split in half. Okay, cancel. You are in port. Yes, you are. May. Wait for the turn of the month. They have food. And they are maintaining food. So let's get you back down here. There's your minor rebel uprising. Those specific locations, the 4, which Galway was included, but controls non-existent there right now anyway. Lasts for a while, but not that big of a deal. Okay, you're starting to run out of food, and we're into a new month. Let's go take the last location here. That's Arctic. That's Arctic. Same either way. Before it's too late for them, get them back up to the port here. We know it's safe there. They did not bring the regulars up here, so these are all levies. So when this war is done, this will actually kind of work out for us that way. Okay, for the moment they have food, they're okay. These guys are not. They keep running out of food. March on down here. Research. That's it for the moment. So one more research queue. I'm gonna call it a day here shortly, but I do want to finish this war. Sounds like a mix. Okay, monthly war exhaustion might be helpful long term. We'll take that. I'll leave those off. We'll just get the one for now. 28% war score. I can get a little bit more here in just a moment. There we go. Those are collected. Now we have 31. Tacker ticking can still get us quite a bit, though. So we do have a chance to still get more. But you know what? We'll get our peace deal next time. I'm going to have to go ahead and call that... an episode a little bit early, but we'll get our peace deal. We're obviously going to get Orkney and Iceland. We'll see if they'll give us Greenland. There's Greenland. Hello, Greenland. I'm guessing. Yes, that's Greenland right there. So we at least have visibility. If we can claim that, I will 100% take Greenland, as that is very much a foothold into North America, really moving in that direction that we want to go for long term. And then maybe a little foothold into Norway. But again, we'll make that peace deal next time. That's going to do it for this. I'm Decathlon Gamer. Thank you for being here. Have a good one. Be safe out there. Bye for now.